Garbage.
Hello. Bring it. Bring it. Come on. Where is it? Where is it? Hello? Where is it, chat? I need it. I need to hear it.
Garbage.
The garbage. The garbage. Thank you so much for the garbage. Rugmat blew it by triggering the cooldown, but Rugmat was also first to the stream. So, you know, there's that. Finite, thank you so much for your late resub. 30 months. 30 months. Wait, why did I blow it? Was my timing off, chat? We can go back and start this whole thing again. We can. We can actually start everything from the beginning. Countdown hit 0 and you didn't go live instantly. Ha, you know the countdown is a lie. Come on. The countdown is a lie, as you know. Welcome in Yoast as well. You are not first today instead of Steffi. But Steffi also gets a hello from me. As do you, Marcy Popsis and Chillaxathor. Good to see you. And thank you for the good vibes. Restart the universe. How many channel points for that? I believe restarting the universe would require more power than I have as a single streamer. We may need to ask for assistance with that one. Also, hello to you, Finite. I hope you're doing well. And to everybody else, Lurkin, who hasn't taken the opportunity to write in chat yet. Ian Alex Hart, hello. Are you looking to deposit something on the stream with those badges? 1K, 5K? Are you looking to make a deposit? I hope everyone is doing well. I almost thought it was Monday for a second. And then I remembered it's Friday. So I hope you all had a wonderful week. And my week has been great. I had a very, very good week. So I'm very, very happy. What I'm not happy about is this message down here that you are seeing. I am still fighting some issues with my OBS instance. We've narrowed down where the problem is coming from, but it's not clear how to fix it yet. It's a little bit complicated, but we will not talk about that today. That's why I've prepared the message so that we don't need to talk about it. And I don't feel like nuking my OBS install to start from scratch, because that is actually not guaranteed to solve the problem. Which is a problem in itself. But I'm confident. I'm confident that the problem will be resolved soon. Text too small. I am ageist. You know what? If there's a text below me, and the text is scrolling, you can probably guess that the text is about something negative. Don't you think? At least there won't be that message anymore if we nuke it. Yeah, because we wouldn't have a stream to begin with. I'll be honest with you, chat, though. I did play with the idea of nuking the setup in order to have a completely different streaming layout. But I don't know if you would all enjoy that, because we would be nuking probably half of the channel point redeems in the process. So I don't know if you would enjoy that. And if I would enjoy it, because then it would be, the stream would feel very static. I don't know.
Garbage.
I don't know if I want that. I don't know if I want such a static stream. You know what I mean? Yeah, like that. Although, okay, we would still have 90 million lumens. We wouldn't get rid of that. Turning lights on and off, we could still keep. We'd probably be getting rid of some of the channel points that we don't actually use that often. We'd be getting rid of changing the camera, maybe. Be getting rid of GDPR, getting rid of time warp. Be getting rid of. Oh, those are all sound effects. Okay, maybe it's not that many. Maybe it's not that many. I can't see what is happening. It's true. End stream would stay. End stream would stay. Look, it's AI hands. Look, AI drew my hand so perfectly. You would think that AI generated this image, judging by the quality of my hand. 2 hours of tiny hands sounds cruel. And horrible. Absolutely horrible. I would not do that. No, I debated for a long time. I also just don't have the time right now to rebuild my entire OBS and streaming setup from scratch. So I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to put up with whatever bug this is. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, I definitely need to think about if it keeps happening. Definitely need to think about a solution, because, well, I can't have it fail if I'm doing a sponsored stream, for example. That could be a little bit problematic. Of course, you can never fully predict live. You can never really fully cover all of your bases. But yeah, I will need to sort that out. No, we're not doing 2 hours of tiny hands, okay? Don't burn your points on tiny hands, chat. The OBS wizards that I consulted, so I consulted with the overlords of OBS. I engaged the help of some very, very knowledgeable people within OBS, who may or may not be authors of OBS plugins. And I was informed that one of the errors possibly could be coming from a plugin I was using. And as that person knew the developers of said plugin, they advised them of that error. And they were able to give me a pre-release build of where that error was fixed, from their opinion. And I installed that plugin. But it doesn't seem to have made a difference. So there's that. Marcy Popsis, what is Alpha Missense? Productive day for me with Alpha Missense. Ah, Yos, it's too small for you because you're on mobile. Yeah. OBS issues? Yes, finite. Yeah. So I had my OBS crash significantly on Monday. And it's been acting up for some time now, actually. Since I upgraded to the latest version of macOS and the latest version of OBS. Maybe the next time it does happen, do a full restart of everything, and at least it might not happen as quickly again. Yeah, I thought about that too, Yoast. I thought about the problem of frequency. Because the first time it happened, my stream crashed, and then I recovered. And then on Monday, when I crashed, I put the stream back up almost immediately, but it crashed again when I tried to change scenes. And that is what it's come down to, is changing scenes results in a crash. Now the problem is I can't do a stream without changing scenes. That is impossible with the way that I have my OBS set up. So yeah, we will just have to wait and see what happens. Changing cameras does not change scenes, which is good because otherwise you could crash my OBS. And while we're here, Finite, as you have resubbed, you know the rule. If you would like your beautiful username on this mask of subscription, then please do tell me which of these beautiful 80 colors you would like and where you would like to be. There's still a lot of space available. Tons. Left Eye Lopez, under the left eye, under in Finite Orange. Well, you see, I have melon. Oh, you won't see this. I have melon yellow, which is close to orange. Maybe it's this one. Can you go to color box and check which color? Actually, can we do it this way, Finite? Can you go to color box and you actually pick the color number? That would actually be great. Let me just send you the link for that. Yeah, let me just send you the link. That's only one of my monitors, no good, Nick. I have an ultra wide here, and then I have both left and right. I have vertical monitors. I don't think you can talk about melon anymore. Twitch changed the terms of service again. What? What are you on about? What are you talking about? Melon. I can't talk about melon. No good, Nick. You can just do exclamation mark setup. It's just called orange. 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 I don't know what number color it is. Find the one that's called orange. I have to check the JSON of the site. Let's check the JSON. French Vermilion would also be okay. It's just called orange. Orange is color ID 23. Oh, no, I was correct. Yeah, I was correct. That's actually yours. Yeah. So yeah, you don't see the numbers, but I have in the JSON objects, I have each color logged. It's not obsessive at all. Don't worry. It's not obsessive, okay? It is not obsessive to have all of your colors in a box. Okay? This is orange. 23. Now the thing is, on the site you only see orange. We don't have the IDs exposed. Left Eye Lopez, huh? Alright. Underneath. Finite. Sing. Uh-oh. I ran out of space. I didn't realize how long your name is. Sorry, Finite. Yeah, also, Jason is a bit of a jerk, keeping all these colors. I just hope the colors are sorted alphabetically. No, Yos, they are sorted by color gamut. Of course. I'm sorry, Finite. We've gone too far up the nose, is what I want to say. We've gone too far up the nose. When that happens when you're swimming, you normally snort. In this case, we can accept it, because it's just on a mask, so... thank you very much for your support, Finite. I appreciate it very much. The charity also appreciates it. Just change your name to something short, like Mark. Imagine just having a short name, you know? Imagine just having a short version of your name. Yeah. So no good, Nick. I hope you found what you needed. I actually don't know. Do I have a photo up there? I'm not sure if I have a photo. No, I actually don't have an overall photo of the setup. You're right. Yeah, you're right. I don't have a photo on there. I don't have a photo on there, but that's fine. I'm gonna show you one. I'll show you one. No problem. I'll show you one. And then we can reveal. Hey, J. Walter. clowns on my stream. So this is what my setup looks like right now. So you can see I've got 2 vertical monitors. This is actually more or less what it's like when I'm streaming. Got the iPad here in front of me so I can do cool stuff like this. Can write on my screen. People always ask me, oh, how are you able to write on your screen? I'm writing on the iPad. I'm writing on the iPad. Got the 2 verticals on the sides. I've got basically like music and the question thing if you ask questions. On the right, I've got OBS and the previews so I can see what's going on. So the software that puts the iPad on the stream is really, really stupid software, but it's one of the projects that I did called Stream Freehand. So if you go to this site, if you go to Stream Freehand, you get this green screen version fork of another project. And basically what you do is you open this website on your iPad and then you just, oh, Pennywise. You open this website on your iPad and then you have a green screened version. So you just use your iPad as a video source, right? Easy enough to do. So I'm a little bit worried every time I change scenes now. Snö as a background. I don't know if Snö is logged. Is Snö there? Oh, still Pennywise. Go away. I don't like Pennywise. I don't like clowns. You know that. I'm currently in the process of updating my setup, so it's good to see what others do. Yeah, I think there are lots of different setups. There's lots of different ways to do that. The reason in particular that I went this way, and Jay Walter, to answer your question, the right side vertical monitor is a 34-inch monitor. Now, the reason I took a vertical monitor that is that long, or I should say that high in my case, is so that I have basically 2/3 of the screen is OBS, and I still have space up top for the OBS previews. And the nice thing about that is just the whole aspect ratio of the monitor, because it's an ultra wide, right? It's not like an ultra wide like a 43-inch, but the aspect ratio is a is it a 22 something, 24 something? So the aspect ratio is long enough that it means that I can put something like OBS, which is designed to be 16:9 kind of. I can have it be, you know, work like that and still have space. And I love having vertical monitors when I'm working. I love having vertical space for communication, so I keep like Slack and Telegram and Discord and all that stuff on the right side. I use the left side monitor, the vertical one, usually for like Twitch or keeping open my tasks or something like that that I want to have open. And then my ultra wide is for working. That's where I work primarily. And I typically divide the screen either into 50-50, because I usually have 2 things open at once, or I do even thirds, because there's so much real estate. And I use a little app on Mac called Rectangle. It's only for Mac, I believe, but it allows you to use shortcuts to use keyboard shortcuts to quickly assign windows to spaces. So you want a 2160 ultra wide. Why don't they make them with any kind of affordability? Yeah, once you start getting into the high resolution ultra wides, they get pretty pricey. You know, the thing is, a lot of the times they make them basically gamer oriented, and gamer stuff is always more expensive. So yeah. So anyway, Nick is planning to go 3x 27-inch 4K. Yeah, that could be a very viable option. Will you do any verticals, or will you have everything horizontal? Because I could see, okay, so 27 would be, yeah, that's nice. That's almost like 49 and a little bit. No vertical. All right. It really depends on what your use case is, you know. So finite, I used to have my 27-inch vertical and the ultra wide and nothing. And that was really good. So I expanded it to a second vertical. I find it's harder to look up and down all the time. Yeah, so that's one thing to consider is your neck is built to do this more than this. So you're gonna want to think about how often you move sideways versus up and down, which is why I have everything more or less off to the sides and much less down and up. I also need a prompter. Finite. Shalaxathor says, just want a new laptop and escape desk in general. I was looking Mac. I don't even know M3 was out. The M3s are insane performance for the money. It's absolutely incredible. Yeah, absolutely incredible. But yes, if you have a lot of monitors, you're looking around a lot. Not only during calls, Yoast, but also just in general. You find yourself kind of drifting. So one of the things that I do with Mac, you have these multiple desktops, right? So I have a desktop on each where I don't keep any windows. And I'll flip over on each side to just a black desktop, with nothing, no icons, nothing. And then I can really focus on what's in front of me. Like if I have a really important call, I'll just dismiss everything on the sides. It's very easy to get distracted otherwise. At this point, I don't even know if I would merit an M3 in the 3 to 5 years. Stop stealing my virtual desktop strategy. Steffi, you can't gatekeep virtual desktop strategies. Just because we both found the exact same strategy that works. Can't gatekeep it. But yes, I would really love to have an Elgato prompter. That would be truly something. I would really like that. I'm on the list. I'm on the wait list. They're not available. So Central Europe apparently doesn't get very many prompters.
Why?
Yeah, there's a lot of VIPs in chat, Nick. I would say that a lot of the VIPs are very chatty. Let's put it that way. Which is, I mean, it's kind of a catch-22. You kind of need to be here a lot to be a VIP, but there are also VIPs that don't chat a lot, who aren't here very often. It happens. But yeah, streamer, don't tell us what to do. You went with GNOME on Debian. It reminds you of Mac. I'm not going to throw rocks at you, Chilaxathor. Everybody can choose what system, what technology, everything they want. I don't care what other people use, right? The thing is, right? This was one of the questions I had early on Salma's stream, right? Why do people use the word love and hate when referring to non-material things? And basically, Panther gave a pretty good answer. It's timestamped, by the way, if you want to listen to the answer that Salma gave earlier. It's timestamped in the Discord, in the Tech Help channel. Not really a tech question per se, but in the Tech Help channel, there's a link to it. And I think her answer was really good. It was about basically how certain things evoke emotion and make you feel good or feel bad. And then doing something that makes you feel good, you can colloquially say that you love it, right? But just because you love or hate something doesn't mean that you're going to force other people to use that thing. And my example, which was a funny story actually, I gave an example in chat, which was, I don't like fennel. Fennel gives me feelings of disgust. Do you like fennel, chat? The vegetable. Now I wrote fennel in chat. I said, oh, fennel gives me feelings of disgust, but I'm not going to go around telling everyone not to eat fennel, right? And what happened was someone in chat thought I was talking about fennel, the programming language, which I didn't know existed. But yes, it's true. There is a programming language called fennel, which is pretty funny.
I got fired for asking customers if they wanted smoking or non-smoking.
Apparently funeral homes prefer the terms cremation or burial.
Oh, finite. Right on the line, finite. Right on the line. Right on the line. I'm a bit negative on fennel, but it's not as bad as cilantro. Yeah, see, that's the thing, right? But you're not gonna go around, Nick, telling everyone not to eat fennel, right? And I don't like when people go around saying, I love TypeScript, I hate JavaScript, stop using JavaScript, because it's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. It doesn't harm anybody to do that. It's not like telling someone, hey, I love peace, I hate war, stop shooting people. That's not the same thing. You can't equate shooting people with using JavaScript. And I know someone on the internet is going to do it anyway.
Did you hear about the new glass coffins that are being marketed? Will they be successful? Remains to be seen.
Finite, have you got the book open today? What do you call a magician who has lost their magic? Ian. Where is Ian? Ian, are you still here? Have you lost your magic? Is that what happened? It's just a sign of people's insecurities when they have debates about tech like that. Yes. That's right. And it's called fanboyism. And the reason it's called fanboyism and not fangirlism is because on the internet, you will get bullied by males, predominantly white males, about technology. You will not find females bullying you about technology. It's a very curious thing. It's a very curious thing. And it happens consistently. And that maybe it's because there are no girls on the internet. I don't know. Oh no, you've asked Jay Walterbot? Oh no. I was more interested in the fan part. Are they too hot that they need to fan themselves? Is it a ceiling fan? A personal fan? Oh no, finite. Anyway, today we are set for a very fun discussion. After going through a couple of news items, as we've changed to a weekly cadence of the Data Cafe, we also have less articles within each category, which gives us more time to talk about the primary focus topic. And today's focus topic is going to be about cookieless, a thing that may or may not actually exist. Now, Jay Walterbot has said that cookieless, let me go back. Cookieless means tracking user data without using cookies. It's the future of privacy-focused web tech, something I keep up with. I can help you navigate this new landscape if you want. I'm sure Jay Walterbot can definitely do that. By the way, Chillaxathor, there are never too many balloons. Just to let you know that. No such thing. And if you all want to drop and try in 100 in the drop game, you're more than welcome to do so. W, hello. And Ginny, very good to see you as well. Welcome in. Have you seen the Jan AI project? I have not. Jan AI? Open source to your desktop. Open source ChatGPT, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of projects like that, Ginny. There's a lot of projects like that kicking around at the moment. I actually have something bookmarked that is similar to that. It's not offline, but does cool stuff. Oh, look at that. Nick has another one. Olama. I think I bookmarked that one. Where you can customize, yeah. Oh, that's right. It's macOS and Linux only. Yeah, I read about that. Yeah. Ah, so this makes it, you could use it for work. So ChatGPT actually has a new option in the team license. I saw that this week, that it allows you to not train ChatGPT on your proprietary data, but I think it's only in the team version. I think as an individual you don't get access to that. There's also LM Studio. Yeah, there's so many. It's crazy. The AI space just has exploded, absolutely exploded. ChatGPT based startups are the new NPM packages. Wow, Steffi, that is you nailed that one. You absolutely nailed that one. That's accurate. Mm-hmm. Oh, I see, Ginny. As long as your data leaves the secure environment. Yeah, I get that. May I drop a link? Of course, I came across today something for DB. Yeah, Gelaxathor, always. You can always drop a link. Most certainly as a VIP. DB diagram. Oh ho. Entity relationship diagrams painlessly. This looks fun. A simple tool to draw ER diagrams just by writing code. This looks fun. Does this work for everything? Up to 10 diagrams, blah blah blah. What kind of DBs do they support? Oh, they use DBML. Great. Awesome. That's cool. Very cool, Link. Awesome. Thank you for sharing that, Chilaxathor.
Why?
Do I want to see a preview of the newest noise generation type? I can't say no to that, Finite, can I? Not after you subbed for 30 months. How could I tell you no? You know, you want to show me something cool that you built as a plugin developer for OBS. Just show us. Just show us. Did you tweet it? Do I need to go get your tweets? Is that what it is? How do I see this? How do I magically get this knowledge? Discord, okay. Let me fire up the Discord then, because I have Discord closed while I'm streaming. And then we will start with the meme of the day. People in the Discord have advantages. It's true. They do. Oh, Discord had an update. 5 updates. Wow. I had Discord open for a while, apparently. Do you like the music today, chat? Is it okay for you? Would you prefer something more hype? What are you in the mood for? We have some other fun stuff. Apparently polka. Ooh, DM. Oh ho ho ho. Ho 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 ho. Am I allowed to show this on stream, Finite? What's the rule around that? Spoiler alert, the update is you're fired. Ooh, I can show this on stream. Okay. Alright, here we go, chat. Here we go. Are you ready, chat? I'm gonna download it. I'm gonna download it so I don't leak all my DMs with Mark. Sorry, Finite. Alright, it's downloaded. It's downloaded. And it is time. Okay, here we go. Ooh, this looks fun. Does it have sound? Does it have sound, Finite? This looks really cool. Okay, let's try this. No sound. All right, here we go. Is everyone ready to see this? Are you all ready for this? Okay, here we go. Okay, okay. Are those... Wait. Are those bubbles? Are you generating bubbles on the fly in OBS? Actual bubbles? That's crazy. They're like water warbles things. That's crazy. You know who's gonna love that, Fine Night? You know who's gonna love that? They're more like tendrils. You know who's gonna love that? Chrissy Codes. That's right. Chrissy Codes is gonna love that. Because Chrissy is a huge fan of bubbles. Do we actually have a clip? Maybe we'll get a bubbles clip. Imagine that. Do you think we could get a bubbles clip?
Because I didn't feel very assertive today. But yeah, but thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the lurks, the subs, the chats, the help, the what else do you people do? Hanging out, chatting. No,
what
it was
else
all
do
good.
you people
Everything.
do?
Thank
Savage.
you for being amazing. Yeah, the cat is she's pretty cute. The back seating,
the back seating. Yes, back seating. You also do that. Well, Finite, as usual, that looks very, very impressive. Thanks for having another creepy clown on my stream. Appreciate that. The green screen is hard on this one. Check out this creepiness. You just have like a clown peering into your meme. It's a bit creepy. This is the meme of the day, which I'm happy about. I'm very happy about this one because it's true. It's true. How many of your websites, chat, whether it's your personal website or your company's website, doesn't have a consent banner on it? Because honestly,
Garbage.
a lot of the times, companies just don't care. They just don't give two shizzles, so they just don't put one. I don't have one because I don't collect any data. So I don't need any consent from you to visit my website. But I know a lot of people who have websites, a lot of companies that have websites, that don't have a consent banner. But maybe in the future, we're not going to need consent banners at all. Consent banners are just added friction. As a company, we purposely try and avoid doing anything that would require us to have it. Exactly. You don't want to add friction. That stops users from buying your stuff on your website or clicking your links, right? Some also don't really know when they actually need a banner and when not. That's right. That is not so clear-cut also sometimes, Steffi. It is not so clear-cut to actually decide when you do need a consent banner, but you should err on the side of caution in general. If you're unsure about whether you need a banner, you probably do need one. But we're not here to talk about consent banners, chat. We're here to talk about Data Cafe news articles. And the first article that we're talking about today is about Apple. Because Apple does not come into the news very often, especially in the privacy and ethics section, because most of what Apple does is with a mindful attendance. Most of what Apple does is with a very strong focus on privacy. Although there are some hidden aspects to that about why Apple does certain things, which we maybe have time to get into later today. In particular surrounding, having things like ITP and those technologies in place, intelligent tracking protection. But this article in particular about Apple shows what is the problem with having a monopoly, or in the case of the App Store, a duopoly, right? We have Google's Play Store and Apple's App Store as the only place where you are allowed to publish apps. And there is now a new fight that has been awoken from the dead by Hey, which you may know as a brand. David Heinemeier Hansen, who is the founder of Basecamp, has dredged this argument up from the dead to fight Apple's decision on not listing Hey in the App Store. And let's talk about this a little bit. Let me just catch up on chat. Just don't use cookies. Exactly. Don't use cookies. Don't need a consent banner when you collect personal info via small insect-sized drones that you send to your visitor homes. But, Yost, that means you don't have a website for your drones? That's weird. Most of our work websites don't have banners because we simply don't do stuff that requires them. Yep. You didn't get our consent to change the topic. You should have a banner for us. Oh my gosh. That's actually a great idea. Can I give you something to click on stream? Is that possible? What can you make that's... Oh, it's a Twitch extension, isn't it? It's a Twitch extension. I would need to give you a Twitch Oh, Finite. What have you done? You've just given me a horrible idea. You've given me the most horrible idea ever. Of creating a Twitch extension that collects consent from everyone in chat. It just comes with a pop-up over the entire stream that says, "Do you give consent? Yes or no?" And as soon as you press yes, you've stored consent forever. You can't view the stream unless you give consent because the Twitch extension hovers over the entire window. That is genius. That's absolute genius. Me creating an extension with what knowledge? With all of my additional knowledge, I would probably be able to write one line of an extension. It should also only have a working yes button. The no button doesn't do anything. Oh no! A Twitch extension that comes as a full-size overlay over your stream, right? When you open the stream, it's like this, the Twitch player, and then the extension just pops a window up here that goes, "Do you consent? Do you consent?" And there's only a button that says yes. There's only a yes button, nothing else. All the dark patterns. I feel like Twitch wouldn't accept that as an extension. What do you think, chat? I feel like Twitch would not accept it. That would be so funny though. What if the light brightness is based on what percentage clicked on the consent banner? Wow. 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 I see two buttons, yes and okay. Put some nudes. Ooh. If you made it a game and got it into the game database, we don't talk about that anymore. Finite. We don't talk about that. No. I would never do that. I would never do that. I would never go and try to circumvent Twitch rules in getting a category for yourself by creating a game. Oh no. I've just seen Steffi suggest a game called Consentiddle, which has it's a variant of Wordle that only has consent-based words in it as a solution list. Oh, but consent is 6 letters. That wouldn't work. We'd have to have a game that has 6 letters. Maybe Scrabble. As a proof of concept, you can do a Twitch poll or a Twitch Gamba. I suppose a poll would work. every beginning of every stream. Beginning of consent on stream. COS. Yeah, why not? Do you consent? Yes? Mm-hmm. I'll give you 2 minutes to answer, chat. I'll give you 2 minutes to answer the poll, chat. Here we go. Alright, here's the poll. Onlyconsent.com. Hi, Forex. Cookieless and or without the use of any user-side storage or identifiers on the user and their device. The only way out is to tie the poll. Yes, because even then, when you tie the poll, I still know that you all gave consent because the only answers are yes or okay. I've caught you this time, chat. I've caught you. I've caught you this time. Is the consent game multiplayer? Of course it is. We added multiplayer to it. Biscuitless. Biscuitless. It's the British version of cookieless. I mean, so far, it's 57% yes, 43% okay. You do need at least 2 players to play Consent. Consent is a multiplayer game. That is true. That is absolutely true. Yost, what symbols are you using in chat? What are you doing, Yost? What are you doing? Will there be any imposters? Oh, you're thinking of coup. You're thinking of coup. There's also epic loot. Yes, we will definitely have loot boxes. We'll definitely have loot boxes. Great. So 5 people are okay with consent. Absolutely great. I'm very happy about that. I think that's a great result, chat. You can be very proud of yourselves. So anyway, loot boxes can't play in Belgium. Yeah. Also China. Also China. China has also banned loot boxes. Loot boxes and all over those like weird game mechanics things. Netherlands too, really. You can't even release the game in China now, apparently. Although I don't know too much about it. But this fight with Apple, that Hey has started again, is a big deal. So 2024 should have started with a new calendar app from the company Hey. If you don't know Hey, the hey.com, which is also an email service, which is very revolutionary because you can basically have email, you can take an email and publish it to the web, kind of like a blog post, but they also have a blog where you can write, I don't know exactly. Anyway, they have a calendar and they wanted to publish a standalone calendar app on Hey. And after they announced it, the Apple terms of service people said they are rejecting it from the App Store. Rejecting a standalone iOS app for a Hey calendar. So why is that? Well, basically it means that the reason was non-paying users couldn't do anything when they opened the app. This is very important. Apple says you can't have a standalone calendar app because non-paying users can't do anything when they open the app. It's an empty shell, right? Okay, note that down for yourself. New users can't sign up for Hey Calendar in the app because Basecamp, which owns Hey, by the way, makes users sign up through the browser for whatever reason that is. I'm probably guessing because if you sign up through Apple, you pay Apple tax. You sign up through Google, you pay Google tax. Apple's pay and sign up is 30% cut, so I think that Basecamp is trying to avoid the 30% cut. So what's weird is Apple's rejection has happened a second time for them. This isn't the first time that Hey had a standalone app rejected from the App Store. The first time they had this was almost 4 years ago with their original app for email for the exact same reason. Finite tried to get his app through the B2B iOS store, where you're supposed to distribute customized apps to other businesses. It got rejected because it's too specific to a single business. Huh. Interesting. Can only one business use that app, Finite? That's interesting. So basically, Apple just called to let us know they're rejecting the Hey Calendar app from the App Store. Same bullying tactics as last time. So the thing is, in 2020, they picked a fight with Apple, and they won. Apple's App Store Review Board conceded, in the end, that they will allow the app to the App Store, but only after Hey said they would offer a free option in the iOS app. Okay? So, users who signed up via the iOS app got a temporary free randomized email address that worked for 14 days, and afterwards they had to pay for an upgrade. That was their solution. So now, after spending 19 days to review our submission, causing us to miss a long-planned January 2nd launch date, Apple rejected our standalone free companion app because it doesn't do anything. That is because users are required to log in with an existing account. Now the thing is, what he wrote, Hansen, in his blog post, is that there are other apps that also don't do anything. For example, Salesforce, or JP Morgan, or Google Calendar, or Netflix. All of these apps don't do anything without a user account. So the basis for rejecting their app seems very shaky to me. And this basically calls into question a kind of antitrust problem, which we've all been aware of for a long time. But it is true that in this case, it could be seen a bit as bullying. Now, of course, it's a direct competitor to Apple's. It's a direct competitor to Apple's product, right? Aren't some of those user accounts free? Netflix definitely not. Salesforce definitely not. I don't think Salesforce has a free tier. JP Morgan, no idea. Google Calendar, yes. Google Calendar, yes. But yeah, I mean, it's really, for me, it's really, it's quite suspect. I don't really agree with this decision at all. I don't think the basis for the decision is very solid. So there's a lot of comments on this. As usual, this will be in the stream recap. I do confess I did not write a recap for Monday stream, seeing as we got so little done. I felt like it wasn't worth writing a recap, so I didn't write one. But otherwise, you will be able to read the recaps on Patreon, and all the links will be in there as well, of course. The argument mentioned not being able to use the app without giving the company money, so some of the examples don't apply. So you can't use the Netflix app without giving Netflix money. So I think, yeah, like Google's example is not a good example. That I will agree with you on that one, Nick. But the other examples are very clear for me that, like, you can't use Netflix. Although I wonder, because you can get a free trial for Netflix. I wonder if that's why Netflix is allowed. Hi, Luce. Recap: chaos and lack of productivity. That's a good recap. It's a very good recap. Thank you so much. Accurate. Very accurate. So yeah, very interesting article. Very interesting article. Also the blog post, I'm not a particular fan of Hansen. A lot of people are not. But yeah. I think we can cover this article briefly before we break for ads. Or maybe not. 55 seconds. No, probably not. Hi, Lady Joy. Short and straight to the point. Yes. Finite says you most definitely can use the JP Morgan app without being one of their customers, and they are most definitely charging for banking. So there you go, right? There's no free trial for JP Morgan. So yeah, I don't know. Like the policy seems inconsistent at best. The policy seems inconsistent. Yeah. At best. Yeah. Obviously, my company, we submit to the App Store 12 times a year because we have mobile apps, right? So we submit a lot, and well, I would say the submission process is not always super smooth. You never really know how long it's going to take, and that is a risk to our business. Of course, it is. Yeah. I don't know if their trading is free, Nick. I'm not in the US, so I really don't know. But anyway, let's break for ads. 3 minutes of ads to appease the Twitch gods, and we'll be back momentarily for more articles and more lumens, as usual. See you in a few. We've basically descoped the project from real-time analytics to everything about.
Welcome to the stream, my friends.
Steffi 128 Duck is Screenshot. J. Walter Duck is Screenshot.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh no.
J. Walter Duck is Screenshot.
Perfect thumbnail, chat. Absolutely wonderful. Happens, I can't stop it. I think Steffi knows. Do I want to know some polite Swedish phrases to impress them? Sure, J. Walter, hit me with your best Swedish phrases. I am melting, chat. It's so warm. It's like 36 degrees in here. Right join is the best join. I hope you're happy. Have you not seen the new gigantic 2.2 liter bottle of water? And yes, you can call the color what it is. It's penis pink. Nat 1. Oh, in the pool. Yeah, when you drop. Oh, that's so. Yeah, it's true. It's kind of cute. Hold on. Let's see if I can get one. 9949. I don't even. Oh. 9949. I don't even know what angle that ends up being. How's that even like a real? How is that a real angle? 0 is the answer. Thank you for the good vibes, though. I appreciate it. Control, how are you doing today? How much I've made? So T. Drayson, I could have that. I could provide that, I guess. Wait, I have a question. How much I've made? I don't think I can have that here. Because this is right join is the best join. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Okay? Super fun. Follow me on Patreon. It's free. You get stream recaps. You get to find out what we did
in the data cafe. You get all the links. It's completely free. Oh, does this work on this scene? Oh, it does! Oh, it's amazing! That's so cool. Thank you, Captain Beard. Thank you to the new followers. Bweezy, JXR, Rex, Rexonus?
Minus 38 degrees Celsius. With the wind chill, minus 47 degrees Celsius. That, Rugmat, is very cold. As someone who loves the cold, I embrace it. But that is true. That sounds truly, truly horrible to me. How do you even survive when it's that cold? Wait, do you run your PC constantly as a source of heat? That is wild. Welcome back, everyone. Minus 35 just a week ago. Oh my gosh, you all live in such cold places. Switzerland is a cakewalk compared to this. I see that Finite and Nick, you've been discussing fees. Banking fees. Yeah, everything charges money somewhere. It's just a question of where. So I think it's a very difficult discussion. But the App Store monopoly or duopoly is problematic. It's problematic. Of course, it's safe. It saves us from installing malware.
Reason for insisting on Intel Inside.
I just keep an Intel MacBook on my lap that builds Docker containers non-stop. We survived by entertainment. My roommates and I went outside to throw boiling water up in the air and watch it freeze into mist before it hits the ground. Whoa, that's wild. That's so wild. That's so cool. It's cool, but also cold, if you know what I mean. So back to this article that I wanted to get to before the ads, which is a little bit concerning for those of you in the US. My friend asked me to do it as well to see if it really works. Oh yeah. Yeah. So Health EC LLC is a provider of health management solutions. And they apparently serve something like 4.5 million people through their customers. And some healthcare organizations basically use them for like data analytics and care and stuff. Health EC LLC is hard to pronounce, yes. Now the thing is, note the dates here, chat. On December 22nd, 2023, Health EC LLC disclosed that it had suffered a data breach between July 14th and July 23rd. So I don't know about you, but I'm just doing math on this one. And I'm looking at July 22nd, 23rd. And I'm looking at December. And I'm going, why didn't they say anything in between? Like, why did they wait to disclose this for so long? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, what is wrong with you as a company that you wait 6 months to disclose a breach? Because they finished their investigation at the end of October. So they had a month and a half or 2 months where they could have disclosed it, but they didn't. Because US, yeah, maybe. But yeah, it's horrible. They concluded their investigation on October 24th, and they revealed that the intruder had stolen the following files: name, address, date of birth, social security number, taxpayer identification number, medical record number, medical information including diagnosis, diagnosis code, mental physical conditions, prescription information, and provider's name and location, health insurance information concerning beneficiaries and subscribers, and billing and claims information like patient account numbers and treatment cost information. Sorry, but this is everything. This is basically everything except your biometrics. This is everything about you that you would never want someone to know except your biometrics. That's it. And I mean, I don't really understand, like, how are people supposed to know that they're affected? This is what I don't understand. So the total number of individuals affected is 4.4 million. And there are 17 healthcare service providers and state-level health systems that are impacted by this. But you don't know. How would you know? Like, how would you know this? That's the biggest problem with this whole system right now. They don't have GDPR. They do not. Definitely not. That's insane to you. You had a data leak 3 years ago in the same sector and it was disclosed and dealt with within weeks. Yeah. Yeah, just shut the window. Just forget about it. No problem. Real problem. Real problem. Speaking of problems, how many of you have seen crypto ads on Twitter/X in the last 6 months or so? Because apparently people are fed up of seeing malicious crypto ads on Twitter/X. And the irony is that apparently Musk has tweeted in June of 2022 that YouTube seems to be non-stop scam ads, which is true, by the way. YouTube has a ton of scam ads on it. But Twitter is bad. Twitter is so bad. They promote, you know, pump and dumps in weird Telegram channels and phishing pages and all kinds of bad stuff. If you see ads on Twitter, you're best to not click them. Let's be honest. But yeah, it's bad. It's pretty bad. Attackers have been abusing X's ad platform for some time, but the volume of malicious ads has increased rapidly over the past month, causing a security researcher to track them. The researcher has been posting screenshots of X ads containing crypto scams, almost all of them coming from verified users. Yeah, there are people that click on ads. Of course. Of course there are. That's why ads still work. Lady Joy. Ads still work because some people still click on them. It's gotten so bad that other X users must leave community notes on ads to warn others that they are scams or wallet drainers. So for example, this one says, airdrop now, Starknet, connect your wallet to pick up. And there's a community note. This is a scam. There's no airdrop right now. Starknet is warning users for airdrop scams. Absolutely wild that there's community notes for scams. I mean, this is an ad. This is an ad, and there's a community note on it that it's scam. Like, how much more information do you need? But it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. So there's one cryptocurrency drainer called MS Drainer, and this one came up in Google search and X ads. It's had $59 million stolen from 63,000 victims in 9 months. $60 million stolen. I mean, this is not a small amount of money. This is a serious amount of money. Is this person who engaged with 15 or 20 of them and they each drained his wallet? I mean, I hope not. But yeah, this is bad. This is very bad. We're all in the wrong business, obviously. We should totally be in the crypto scam business. If you can feel good about yourself, that is. Yeah, and there's like this whole thing about X's ad revenue being, you know, plummeting effectively. So basically they believe that Twitter/X is basically just turning a blind eye to all of the ads on the platform. Bleeping computer. This is my favorite part of this whole article, by the way. I wanna highlight this part. Bleeping computer did not contact X about this story, as they have not responded to our previous press emails. The reason why the X/Twitter doesn't respond to them is because the entire department that was responsible for this was laid off last year. There's no more comms department. So yeah, that's why you don't get comment anymore. So they just gave up. They just gave up. Someone did this as a trial with a wallet that had limited currency in it. Oh, really, Yost? Really? What was the result? What happened? What happened then? Damn, are conscious keeping us from scamming others for money? I mean, wouldn't that be a good thing, Steffi? Isn't it a good thing that our conscious keeps us from doing that? I feel like that's a positive thing. I feel like that's a win, you know? For me personally, anyway. So yeah, that's not so cool. It's not so cool. What is cool, I don't know how many of you are aware of this. He did it with a dozen or so wallets and pretty much all of them tried to drain it or phish him. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. How many of you are familiar with copyright? I mean, how knowledgeable are you about copyright? Hi, Marble. What is cookieless? Anyone who uses Firefox? Well, that's a bit of a catch-22, seeing as Firefox still accepts first-party cookies, Marble. But we'll get into the cookieless argument in a bit, for sure. Good to see you though, Marble, as usual. Because cookieless is, of course, a bit of a misnomer. A bit of a misnomer. So, if you're familiar with copyright, then you know that January 1st marked a very, very momentous occasion for copyright. Namely, that one of the biggest items to ever be copyrighted was released into the public domain. And that's right, Marble. It is indeed about Steamboat Willie from Disney. The original, or one of the original Disney drawings, has now been de-copyrighted and is in the public domain. And of course, originally, it did cause some issues. When it first happened, in January 1st, that there was a huge flood of Steamboat Willie themed things coming into the internet being launched, Disney originally copyright claimed pretty much everything. And only later did they then back down saying, oh, sorry. Personally, I'm super annoyed by the ads on Czech YouTube. They are full of scams with deepfake of our president and other members of the government pointing to a scam link. Google doesn't give a shit despite the efforts of a lot of people. Supposedly they can stop one set of ads, but they don't block the account itself. The attackers just do a copy paste and move on again. We have the same problem, Forex. We have deepfakes of Roger Federer. Deepfakes of very prominent media personnel who work at like very large newspapers or TV stations, saying stuff that is obviously wrong. Like, first of all, it's dubbed, so it's not in their original voice. I mean, it's in their original voice, but it's a dub. You can tell it doesn't match the lips, but it's very obviously fake and a scam, right? And I report them in general, but it's horrible, really. Like the mass of fake ads that has taken hold of the internet is just absolutely crazy. Yeah, and I'm hoping that they really do something about that. But yes, copyright is super broken because basically Steamboat Willie is now in the public domain. Basically on Thursday, this was beginning of January, Mashable reported that a YouTuber and voice actor had uploaded a video to his channel with over 1 million subs, and it was almost immediately hit with a copyright claim from Disney. Right? Basically, a case of left hand, right hand not knowing what they're doing. Baker's video featured the entirety of the 1928 Disney animated short Steamboat Willie. He had remixed the film, which stars Mickey Mouse, with his own comedic audio track, playing over the nearly 8-minute cartoon, and released it under the title Steamboat Willie's Brock's Dub. So after he was hit with this claim, of course his upload became demonetized, which means he couldn't make any money off of it anymore. And the claim also blocked the ability to embed it on third-party websites, and the video was given limited visibility because it was entirely blocked from view in some countries as well. And that was in a copyright claim that Disney had no right to do in the first place. That is the cause. There isn't like, I'm making a copyright claim and then the video is like held somewhere in like a redemption list or something.
Garbage.
You know, and then they enforce the copyright. It just happens right away. The Google basically gives the copyright claimee instant rightness, and then the person receiving the copyright claim has to fight it, which is, in my opinion, I don't know if that's right, Chad. I really don't know if that's right. So Baker obviously disputed it after receiving it, because Steamboat Willie entered the public domain on January 1st, and he was successful. So Disney released the claim, and now the video is back to normal again. It took 24 hours for them to reverse the decision. But of course, that's a long time. If you're Google, if you're YouTube, 24 hours is a long time. That could have crashed the video, right? This video, I don't know what the view chart looks like for this video, but it could have stopped the growth of this video. It could have effectively cut this creator's earnings by making a false copyright claim. And this is not the first time that someone has made a false copyright claim. It's just the first time that a very big company has done it, despite not having legal grounds for it. So yeah, basically there's a tool that YouTube uses called Content ID, and that's how you submit a copyright claim. I don't know exactly, actually in the background, how this happens, but most probably there was some kind of automation happening in the background because they have a database, and the database probably said that Steamboat Willie was still copyright. I don't know exactly how that works. But yeah, it is a weird world that we live in with the whole copyright stuff, how that works. I am not an expert by any means on how that works. I actually think it's really weird that the copyright only applies to some countries. Like you can do something in one country, but you can't do it in another because the copyright is from the other country. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's strange. It's very strange to me, Chad. Don't you think it's strange? It's very strange. Which is why I picked out another article to talk about. Realistically, Content ID has several layers, and some content lists are external, so they're not even controlled by Google itself. Yeah, that makes sense. So the other thing I've dug out about copyright is from the IEEE, which you may know. The IEEE, if you want to know, is a standards organization. So it's basically they are responsible for Maybe there's an about here. Just so I can kind of read this without memorizing it. The Wi-Fi people, exactly. IEEE is the world's largest technical profession organization dedicated to advancing technology for the benefit of humanity. IEEE and its members inspire a global community through its highly cited publications, conferences, technology standards, and professional and educational activities. They have 427,000 members in more than 190 countries, which is quite effective. The Wi-Fi people, or good old 802.1 trunking. Exactly. Hi, Purple, by the way. Good to see you again. So yeah, they have quite a lot of documents and various things about technology, standards, etc. And the IEEE has come out with an article about copyright. But this isn't a traditional view on copyright. This is about generative AI and plagiarism, and what they've called the effect of visual plagiarism. Experiments with Midjourney and DALL-E 3 show a copyright minefield, which we have been talking about for some months now already. The authors found that Midjourney could create all of these images that you see here, and all of those images contain copyrighted material, right? But how do you navigate this? Because these images are not pulled from copyright material. They are imitations. So it's a very interesting post. The degree to which large language models might memorize some of their training inputs has long been a question. Recent empirical work has shown that LLMs are in some instances capable of reproducing with minor changes substantial chunks of text that appear in their training set. So for example, there was a paper in 2023 where they dumped private information like email addresses and phone numbers. That was the whole poem thing where they asked ChatGPT to repeat poem like 1,000 times, right? The lawsuit we talked about a couple weeks ago, the New York Times filed against OpenAI. There's many examples where ChatGPT has directly quoted, almost verbatim, from the New York Times. So the words in red in this example are verbatim, are literally one-to-one. Now the thing is, in a text-based scenario, it's very simple. A and B are the same, infringement. A and B are the same, it's infringement. Or plagiarism. But how does it work? How does it work when you have examples that are not identical? They're not identical to the original thing that's being referenced. And of course, plagiarism is concerned with, in general, 100% replicability. So it's a very tricky argument. It's a very tricky argument. Even before 2023, Copilot was throwing out comments with usernames and emails and code. That's true, Marble. I forgot about that. If something is limited to such accuracy, does it matter how it was generated? Fan art gets copyright strikes all the time if it's too close to the original material. That's right, Lady Joy. Fan art does get copyright strikes because it depends on the usage of the image. So if this image is created for artistic purposes and not monetized, maybe it shouldn't be copyright striked. Maybe. Also, the green in the matrix here, I know that you can't see the difference here really well because of the green screen. But even cartoon characters could be easily replicated So this is all Simpsons. This is all generated art from Simpsons. And again, this just shows how broken the copyright system is. That's right, Marble. That's right. It just shows how broken the system is that it doesn't consider this aspect. Copyright was written hundreds of years ago, almost, by now. In light of these results, it seems all but certain that Midjourney V6 has been trained on copyrighted materials. Yes, we know this by now. And that their tools could be used to create outputs that infringe. Just as we were sending this to press, we also found important related work by Carlini on visual images on Stable Diffusion that converged on similar conclusions using a more complex automated adversarial technique. So then, they started to collaborate. Visual models can produce near replicas of trademark characters with indirect prompts, okay? So, in the examples above, they used direct references. So they used, for example, Avengers Infinity War as a term. But they left open the question of whether someone could do that by accident. So in some ways, when they show the New York Times complaint, that's when they're not even prompting for New York Times. They're prompting for, you know, Rio de Janeiro, COVID-19 has already left a trail of death and despair. It just prompts the New York Times article without asking for it. So they tried to do the thing, they tried to do this in Midjourney without actually asking for the character. So here's an example. In each sample, we present a prompt and an output. In each image, the system has generated clearly recognizable characters, i.e. Mandalorian, Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker, and more, that are both copyrighted and trademarked, but in no way were the source films or specific characters referenced. So the prompt for this one was black armor with light sword, movie screen cap. There's no mention of Darth Vader or Mandalorian. Man in robes with light sword, movie screen cap. Protocol droid from classic sci-fi movie. I mean, these are all not direct references. That's the problem. Same thing happened with movie and video game characters. Look at Sonic. Look at Mario. Or as some people call him, Mario. And you can even get film-like frames without direct instruction. Just by writing popular movie or something like that. So this is the point, as Marble says. How can you copyright an idea? When you say dark, dark character, rain, ambiance, bokeh lights, like that's bat costume, Bulbasaur. It's very, very interesting. Even a prompt of a single word could have things that are film-like. They used literally the word screen cap. Screen cap. Just the word screen cap created those images from Midjourney. Nothing else. Oh, Steffi, that looks very promising, that drop. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh, 80. Phew. I was so worried you were gonna land 100 with the clown. Should we try and replicate it? Absolutely. Absolutely, Lady Joy. We absolutely should try and replicate it. Are you kidding? Of course we should. Screen cap. Let's do it. Do you think we're gonna get movies? I think we might get movies. I mean, this looks like a really, this looks like a good group chat, to be honest, but this isn't, why is there so much anonymous stuff? Why is there so many, that's kind of weird. Why is there so much anonymous stuff in there? What kind of other parameters did they include? I'm curious. They used, AR1-to-1 V6.0. Ah, yeah, okay, those are like the parameters. Let's use screen cap 16:9 aspect ratio, ultra high definition. Yeah, this is I know this is DALL-E, I know, but it's DALL-E 3, and obviously Midjourney is a bit more imaginative in that sense, but I don't have access to Midjourney, so. Although, wait, do I have? No, I don't have Midjourney. I don't have Midjourney. Oh, interesting. Okay. So it doesn't really know what screen cap is. This is weird. Wow. That's kind of funky, chat. I feel like I should put myself in this on a scene or something. Should I make an OBS scene where I'm in here? In this part? I feel like that could be wild. With like I could make this an OBS scene where this is me in here. Like my stream is in here. I feel like that's a really cool idea. This is actually very fancy. It is. It is, and it has insane detail too. Like the details are really good. Andreas, thank you very much for the follow. It does sound like a cool idea. Yeah, I'll have to think about that. But yeah, chat. It's an interesting argument. So they come up with a list. They came up with a list of films, actors, and games that they were able to evoke from Midjourney. So if you're interested in any of those things, you can definitely evoke them from Midjourney.
Oh, I feel so bad. I feel so bad. I'm just gonna roll away now. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Oh, that's my clip. I even took that clip. I even took that. Italian animated plumber.
Okay, so let's start again.
Andreas is actually the newest member of the Claw stream team, so congratulations, Andreas. I hope that you're enjoying your time in the Claw so far. Yos, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Andreas. Andreas doesn't know about the mask, does he? He doesn't know about the mask of subscription.
Like this.
So Andreas, as you have received a gift, wrong mask, you can now put your name on the mask of subscription, and best of all, you can choose from all of these different colors what color you would like your name to be and where it should go. And seeing as there is so much space on the mask, you can basically choose anywhere still. But that is the benefit of being a sub. You get your name on the mask of subscription. Because I can't offer you anything else specifically. I picked the color the most ducky-like. I guess that would be yellow. Let's go with yellow. Fresh yellow. 44. Fresh yellow. Andreas, you seem like the kind of guy. You seem like the kind of guy who would want to go on the chin. You seem like the kind of guy who would want to be on the chin. Is that something like? Is that something you? Is that? Is that? That's that. Yeah, I figured you for a chin kind of person. All right, Andreas. Wait, you have two. Yeah, Andreas, SAS Dev. Oh, I can't see. Steffi, thank you. Couldn't see. So there you go. Did you figure me for a chin kind of person because I constantly rub my chin against my mic? Do you do that? Is that something you do? Is that something you do? Actually, what I forgot to show earlier, Nick, you were asking about my setup. There's something I forgot to show you. Not a lot of you have noticed this, which is perfect, because that's kind of my point. Not a lot of you have noticed this, but I actually changed my microphone. I actually changed my microphone setup, and I will never go back. I will never go back. I have a shotgun mic, and I will never go back to having a microphone in front of my face, because I literally do not need to change the position of the microphone ever. It just stays here forever. How many masks do I have? Well, there's a mask for all the months of subscription. So, and there's some of them are doubled up by now. I think actually you don't see the last row. You like playing with the microphone. Okay. Well, anyway, so yeah, this is the setup. And I mean, honestly, like, I really like the setup at the moment. I really enjoy it. It's really satisfying. I think I'm gonna actually get rid of my mic arm. So this mic arm here, which has my other microphone on it, the old one, I think I'm actually gonna get rid of it because I really don't see the need for it anymore. And I have like a space here for something else, I don't know. Yeah. But anyway, I was gonna say, that's a very chunky Mario. And as we know, Mario has a red hat, not a green one. But for the prompt, Italian animated plumber, I think that's pretty... I think Nintendo wouldn't like this. The big frame with the down-facing brio, is that custom made? No. Those are actually, so you can buy this kind of frame set from Amazon, and you can effectively choose if you want to have it shorter and like really long, or if you want to have it higher with less width, depending on the width of your desk. In my case, my desk is 160, so I actually didn't need all of the... I had to buy 2 extra extensions, but I don't need one of them. Yeah. This proves that... I mean, what does this say in the back? Welcome to... Hold on. What does it say? Welcome to something, mushroom something. Welcome to dough? It's probably meant to say the. Mushroom... I mean, it should say land. Yeah. But this is very clearly... I mean, I just have like a lot of questions, you know? Like, my biggest question right now is, where did he get this scar? Because that is a brutal scar. That looks like he really punched someone hard, you know? The second question I have is, what are these lumps in the road? What are these? What are these things here? I don't know what those are. Oh, green screen issues. Sorry. There we go. So his hand... Oops, sorry, not there. That thing... what are the lumps in the road? That's also a bit weird. I don't know what those are. And I also have a question about his tools. What this one is specifically. Like, what tool is that? I've never seen a tool like that. He punched Bowser and ripped his hand on the shell. Oh, maybe. That looks like a quantum spanner. I know the others are wrenches. The others are wrenches, but I'm really curious about that. Also, chat, what is this thing here? What is that thing? Can we zoom in on this? Producer, can we zoom, please? Thank you. Is that a nail?
Secretary Cardona and
Is that a nail clipper?
Bowser and Chancellor Fairby. You know, thank you for joining us as well.
I don't know.
And for families across the country.
It's like a nail clipper or something. Anyway, but yes, copyright problems for sure. Definitely copyright problems. So yeah, I'm curious to see what happens with this report, as always. Definitely evidence that they've been trained on copyright materials, but we knew this, chat. This is not a surprise. It's not a surprise. Gotta clip his nails before meeting with Peach. Definitely. Oh yeah, look! It's a copyright toad! Copyright toad indeed. Yeah. How much of Midjourney's source materials are copyrighted materials being used without license? That's the real question. We don't know. We don't know how much has been licensed. So anyway, it's quite funny. It's quite funny because, oh, this isn't the article. Wait. A database leaked earlier this week, but let me get to that in a second. We'll get to that in a second. First, I want to talk to you about the ongoing cyber attack on the British Library, because I can guarantee that none of you knew about this. Did you know about the ongoing cyber attack on the British Library? Did any of you know this? I assume not. I also didn't know. There is a currently ongoing cyber attack on the British Library. And this isn't just a problem for, you know, security issues. This is a problem because authors are not being paid for their work. A windmill, hello. One day I also met an Italian plumber. I was walking in the park and saw a man on a swing. I went up to say hello, but it turned out to be Pauly Shore, and he asked me to take his autograph, but I ran away. Who's Pauly Shore? I don't even know who that is. But yeah, basically there's a huge cyber attack ongoing on the British Library. And it means that these public lending right payments are delayed because all of the systems of the library are crippled. They're not being used right now. I mean, the city of Antwerp has had a cyber attack 2 years ago, which broke down a lot of things. The city is still fixing the website. It's been 2 years, and everyone just accepted that 90% of the online facilities don't work anymore. Wow. Wow. 2 years is a long time. Pauly Shore is an American actor, director, and screenwriter. Okay, I didn't know that. Good to see you again, a Will Mill. Welcome in. There was a cyber attack 3 to 4 years ago on the local council tax website here, and they still haven't restored it. Oh my gosh, this feels like we need a project to summarize all of the different hacked government websites. There's probably a list somewhere, no? There's probably a list somewhere. Now the thing is, the payments aren't, this isn't like gazillions of, you know, gazillions of pounds. But, you know, for authors like this author, I forget his name, Richard Osman. For authors like him, £6,600 a year is a lot of money, right? As advances are squeezed and publisher profits shared unequally, this payment can make a big difference. Last year, PLR funding was paid out. They paid out £6.2 million across 21,000 authors. So that is a pretty serious amount of money. Now, about the cyber attack, they were hit the end of October. At the time, they basically lost everything. They lost access to even email. They had nothing. They took immediate action to isolate and protect our network, but significant damage was already done. Having breached our systems, the attackers had destroyed their route of entry and much else, encrypting or deleting parts of our IT estate. Wow. That's bad. So the statement at the moment is, and this is current as of 6th of January, by the way. We are making good progress towards issuing UK PLR payments before end of March in accordance with government legislation. We recognize the importance of these payments for authors, illustrators, translators, narrators, and everyone who contributes to books, and are planning to issue a further update with a finalized timeline by the end of this month. So end of January at the latest, we will find out about this. Very sad, unfortunately. It's very sad. It's very sad. All these cyber attacks have victims. It's maybe not immediately obvious, but there's always a victim in these attacks. I wonder, as I don't know a lot about cybersecurity in practice, couldn't a lot of this downtime be prevented by backups and such? Well, Andreas, the basic answer is yes. Preventing a breach in the first place, I think, is quite problematic. But basic principles of IT security say that if you have stuff on site, you should also have things off site, right? I even practice this in my own home. I have a NAS right here. On my NAS are streams, photos, all kinds of stuff that is very storage intense. I have a backup of this on Backblaze. It is a mirror. It is a mirror of everything that I have on my NAS. It costs me about $50 a month. Sorry, I wrote that wrong. Can I erase this? Can I erase? I don't think I can erase. It cost me about $50 a month for around 8 terabytes of data. And this ensures that if something happens to my NAS here, or something happens to the apartment, I have an offsite copy. Businesses should do the same, except their offsite copy should not be linked, ideally. It should be a kind of backup that there isn't a direct connection between the two systems, so that if this system is compromised, this offsite one is isolated. Doing that in practice is problematic. It's not so easy. But yeah, there's definitely ways to do that, and the best practice is, of course, to have backups in the first place. But there's only so much you can do to replicate things like email and all that kind of stuff, and I'm by no means a cybersecurity expert either, but yeah, you'll definitely find some good guides online about best practices, I think. Hi, Ollie. Good to see you. How you doing? You've been lurking. You kept having to mute. No problem. I mean, I can also say hi to you in chat. You know. You can also write. Twitch even has a little icon that you're not listening to the stream. People don't use it anymore. But there is a way to do that. There's a little icon you can set a badge that says that you're not hearing the stream or not watching the stream. Ollie, that's actually going to be the focus of our discussion today, is the article from Sentry. So yes, we're going to be going through that article with a fine-tooth comb, because it is very, very interesting what they talked about. Would you believe I used to work at Twitch? I don't know or use half the features. Well, good for you, Ollie, because we now have a new project that you could contribute to if you would like. It's called streamerwiki.com. And it is a super simple, very short description of everything that you can do on Twitch and how it works. Very simple. No long-winded help desk articles with thousands of words. Short, succinct, markdown articles that explain everything with features grouped in sensible groups so that you can find everything you need to know about Twitch's features. Streamerwiki.com. Wait, do you not work at Twitch recently? Like, were you affected by the layoffs this week? Or is that something that's a little bit longer? Have you not been at Twitch for a while now? Because if you were affected by the layoffs this week, then I'm very sorry to hear that. To anyone who is watching who is affected by the layoffs, then I'm really sorry to hear about that. Twitch laid off 35% of its workforce earlier this week. Oh, since May. Oh, okay. Earlier in the year. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ollie. I didn't know about that. Yeah. So before we dive into the hardware stuff, would any of you like to guess what the first article is going to be about? Which famous company is going to make an appearance this week in the hardware and IRL category? Let me give you a hint. The company comes up a lot. They come up a lot in the Data Cafe. We talk about that company a lot. And we actually talked about that company today too. The parent company, actually. We talked about the parent company. Not Apple, not Facebook. Yesterday, the CEO of Twitch said they are still not in the black. Yeah, that's right. They're still not profitable. Well, to know the answer about which company it is, you will have to wait until after the break. We're going to take a few short minutes, just 3 minutes. And in the meantime, you can drop and do all the shenanigans you want. And after the break, it will be revealed which company it is. Feel free to keep guessing, and we'll see if any of you get it right. Even I missed the drop, see? Everyone has the same amount of luck. I also once saw a Twitch employee. I was walking through the park and noticed a man on the lawn. I went up to say hello, but the Irish Liberation Army beat me to it and raised the prices of bicycles in Egypt. Honestly, a windmill. Sometimes it sounds like you're having a stroke. Not Microsoft either. Hardware and IRL. See you in 3 minutes, chat. Continue guessing. I look forward to seeing your guesses. Ha, wrong scene. I promised you to talk about dick pics. Which I don't need to do.
So I need to find a way to add blur. How can I add blur? Oh no. No. No, 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 no. This is not good. No! This is not good. Time warp in this situation is...
Exegete, you took a screenshot.
Oh no. Exegete took a screenshot. How dare you? I understand. That's what I just meant. It's like two different approaches. It's neither good nor bad. It's just a different approach. It's just a different approach. Okay, so let's slap this into here. 110. 110. That must be like... Oh, wow. That's flattering. Thank you so much, Exegete. So... Let's do... Or maybe Twitch is throwing a fit. It's also possible. Time warp. 21. There you go. Drop game died too. Maybe it really is like a Twitch thing. At midnight, it like switches servers or something. Thank you very much for joining the live. If you need an audio cue to let us know that we're back live and not just listening to clips playing, your audio cue today is "Oh yeah." And that should be distinct enough to let you know that we're back online. Really? What? No! 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 Oh, crap. I have 2 minutes. Oh, no, chat. I can't believe Stuffy's done it. No! I can't believe it's happening. No!
Wait. Is this... This is me. Chat. It's me.
Wow.
Just force quit the stream, install the plugin, and restart OBS within 90 seconds, and the stream will continue.
Hello. Welcome back to all of you lurkers and ad people. We should be out of ads now and back in the live stream. I hope you enjoyed the clips. For those of you watching, you may have also seen me go into the bunny room and give Jerry a carrot. He's been very affectionate lately. I think he's very much enjoying himself. I may have given a peek at the article before going on break. After starting the ads. So I hope none of you saw it. But yes, Steffi was correct. I wonder how. That's right, Tesla. Tesla. I know I am a pro streamer. Thank you, Lady Joy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Tesla has said the thing that we all thought they would never say. But they have come around and said that they have actually maybe overestimated the ability of their cars to be fully autonomous. So they've reversed their statements about being able to drive themselves, which is great because they used to claim that their cars would be fully autonomous within 2 years. And that was in June of 2018. or 2017, if I remember correctly. So I'm very glad to see that Musk has some semblance of realism. You wonder how I can see your computer and it's not Twitch. How can you see my computer? Anyway, so the too good to be true statement of, oh, you know, my cars can drive themselves. Tesla used to say that their cars would be self-driving. However, now it seems that Teslas can't even drive as far as they once claimed. So not only a range argument, and also concerning self-driving. So the first thing is they've slashed range estimates by 6%. You may not think that's a lot, but 6% is a big difference. 6% is a big difference. That's 20 miles difference on the Model Y long range. That's quite a bit. 20 miles is a lot. 20 miles is like 30 something kilometers. That's quite a bit. That could be the difference between charging stations, in theory. And the Model Y is down, performance is down to 285 from 303 miles. And for autopilot, there was an over-the-air update in December to over 2 million vehicles after the NHTSA, which is the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, determined Tesla was not doing enough to ensure drivers use the system correctly. So the update now went to Teslas in China, etc. Apparently the full self-driving capability has now been somewhat restricted during the update. It is very good timing. Steffi is quite good with the garbage. The DMV has accused Tesla even of fraud, actually. So, independent testers have questioned the advertised ranges on Teslas for a long time. In 2021, Edmunds found the Model Y performance drove 9.6 fewer miles than advertised. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I also met 6% once. I was walking through the park and noticed a donut on the lawn. I came up to say hello, but it turned out to be a vampire from Sesame Street, and he counted all my eyelashes. Tesla kind of lied that the Cybertruck can pull a Porsche on a cart and be faster than a Porsche for the quarter mile, because it can only be faster for the 1/8 mile. For 1/8 of a mile, and then the Porsche is faster. I mean, Tesla has lied about a lot of things, right? They've basically exaggerated claims about a lot of things. The question is that Musk claims it's free speech. But I don't know if you can claim free speech when you're talking about range of a car. You know, that's something that's very measurable. It's inherently measurable versus something like, am I allowed to talk about bad things on the internet or not? You know, that's a very different argument. You know what I mean, chat? Lying doesn't constitute free speech. False advertisement also doesn't fall under free speech. Exactly. I can't tell you, so I couldn't do this, right? Anyone who comes to my Twitch stream gets a free donut. That I could not do because that's false advertising. I'm not giving all of you a free donut or free cookie. I'm very sorry. My notification today was technically false advertising, if you considered the cookie to be a real one. However, what you didn't know is that clicking the notification today does give you a cookie. The Twitch cookie that Twitch puts on your computer so that Twitch knows who you are. Yes, hello Twitch, a streamer has promised me a donut. I have not received my reward. Report me. Go ahead. Get me banned. Free vacation. I'm just kidding. Bans are not free vacations. Oh, we have a caller.
You have a collect call from
Harry sequel?
Oh no.
at the Claw County Prison. This call may be monitored or recorded. To accept the charges for this call, press 1. To refuse this call, hang up.
I'm not taking that call. Harry Sequel has been trying to reach me for a long time. There's no way I'm taking that call. First of all, I have to pay the charges. It's a collect call. I'm not taking it. No way. Definitely not. No one will guess. None of you are going to guess what this next article is about. Why does he keep trying to speak to you? Actually, I don't know. I mean, I've never taken the call, so I can't tell you. That's the irony, Steffi. I don't know. I simply don't know. You know, Jay Walter, I feel like you should delay your bot's drop a little bit, because I think that you're yeeting yourself out all the time. Did you know that? What if we all chip in for the charges? Ooh, that's interesting. Would you all want to chip in? So that we could get Harry Sequel on the line? That would actually be pretty cool. I would like to find out what he's trying to tell me about. Would be interesting. Would be interesting. Are you dropping A's emote? I didn't even know A had the yes emote. What? I also once met a Harry Sequel. I was walking through the park and noticed a rabbit on the lawn. I came up to say hello, but it turned out to be a veteran from North Korea, and he told me jokes about Barack Obama for 2 hours. 10 shoes from everyone in chat to take the call. No, it needs to be more than that. It needs to be more than that. This next article was very surprising, but a very welcome addition. I was actually an early adopter of this piece of information. Slack now has a Stream Deck plugin. Okay, I will put on a silly hat for this, Jay Walter. Fine. Fine. Can you take me seriously now? Slack has a plugin for the Stream Deck. And so if you have a Stream Deck and if you use Slack, then you can now install the plugin and you can see who is online by having little icons of who is in your workspace. You can also open a message with them directly. You can open group messages as well. You can open channels, and you can pause notifications. Hello! Oh my word, what is happening? Oh, wow! Okay, that's one of the most messed up 90 million lumen combinations I've ever seen. Congratulations. A Willmill, thank you very much for gifting 5 subs. Holy moly. Thank you. Red Cyber Dragon 29, Ched Dev, Ishan, the Dev Panda, and Snark Cheese. Congratulations on your subs. If any of you would like your name on the mask of subscription, then just let me know. Just let me know. Because, well, there's a lot of space. Just saying. There's a lot of space. Could be Mid-Journey art. Yeah, that was a Mid-Journey level art. But yeah, basically, so Ollie, you were saying for both users who are also on Slack. No, so that's the thing. If you have a Stream Deck and you have Slack, that's it. There's no other pre-requirement. That's basically it. The other person doesn't need to have a Stream Deck. Like it's not a Stream Deck to Stream Deck connection thing. But yeah, the pausing notification thing is very useful because normally in Slack that's like 3 clicks to pause notifications. Like you want to pause notifications for an hour, boom, just hit the button. Done. So that's really cool. How many of you use Stream Decks and have Slack? No, wait. My joke was that both of the users who both use Stream Decks and oh, I see, Ollie. I see. One in chat if you have both of those things. One in chat if you have a Stream Deck and also have Slack. I use a Stream Deck to watch cooking shows from the 1700s. From the 70s. -1. I just installed the Slack plugin today. Yeah, I think it's super helpful. Wait, from the 700s. How did they have cooking shows in the 700s? A Will Mill, you're such a character. You're such a character. Bitch rude and cool. Today we're going to be making a specialty dish. Potato and coal. And we're going to season it with a healthy helping of snow. Can you imagine? Oh, that would be so fun. We've never done a cooking stream, have we, chat? We've never done a cooking stream, have we? We've done a desk building stream. We've done a pool stream. But I don't think we've done a cooking stream, have we? I don't think we have. Let me know if I should send you some snow. It's not necessary. Pool building stream. No, I've never built a pool on stream either, a Will Mill. I don't even know how. I don't even know how to build a pool. So, in a very rare occasion, chat, there is another car story in the hardware IRL category. Can you believe it? And it's not from Tesla. It's another brand. It's another brand, and it's not even negative. Steffi and Jay Walter. Wow, no one else has even landed. That's savage. VW, nope. Mercedes, nope. Sony making a car, nope. But you're closer than you think, a Will Mill, with that comment. You're closer than you think. Not Audi, not Porsche. Nope. Nope, not Twitch. Twitch is not making a car. That would be super weird. A Twitch car. Can you imagine? It would only come in purple. Samsung, nope. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Not LG. Not Xiaomi.
Garbage.
Not garbage either. I don't think you're gonna guess it, chat. I don't think you're gonna guess it. It's very, very hard to guess. It's very hard to guess. So there's a second story about a car brand. Russian sugar company from St. Petersburg. Nope. So it's another car brand that is not Tesla. And not any of the ones previously mentioned, aka VW, Sony. How is Sony a car brand? But it is about audio. It is about audio. Saab? No. Mini? There's a lot of car brands though. I feel like we could be here a while. Okay, I'll give you a hint, chat. It's an electric car company. That narrows the choices significantly. Sony Honda electric vehicle Afeela CES reveal. Oh, right. Yeah, that's true. Right. Sony and... Sorry. Okay. I didn't realize that Sony was a car manufacturer. My bad. Not Fiat, not Kia, not Hyundai, Not LG. Okay, it's an electric car company, as in the company only makes electric cars. I want to see this Sony Honda vehicle. Oh, yeah, that's a joint venture. Okay, interesting. Rivian, no. Biden, no. Polar, Marcy. Not Tesla or Schmesla. Joe Biden. You're getting closer with Polar, but it is true. The Polestar. The Polestar. Porsche Taycan, Audi e-tron, Jaguar I-Pace, BMW M3. Nothing beats Ellen's innovation. Wow, this is definitely a Tech Bro bot account. Polestar's next vehicle is about to launch, the Polestar 3. And what's very interesting is that they have decided to go with some kind of crazy Bowers & Wilkins audio system. When I say crazy, I mean crazy. 25 speakers with 1,610 watts of power of sound in your car.
Why?
Why not?
Why?
Why not? Because the car is so quiet. The car is so quiet. I mean, that is an absurd level of sound. Yeah, wow, that's an absurd level of sound. Over 1,500 watts. I mean, yeah. So basically they have this Polestar 3 high-end audio experience. They want people sitting in the car to feel like it's a sound stage, you know? Not for the engine sound, although you could of course. I gotta go have fun with the stream. Thank you, Ollie. Thank you for stopping by. Now you can hear the rustling of podcasters' beards. Yes. So they got basically Dirac, which is another audio company, to ensure that the speakers sound the best. And now there's basically they are basically talking about the audio being top of the class.
Why?
With any vehicle cabin, speakers can't necessarily be positioned as optimally as they would in a home theater. As a result, speakers can interfere with each other, causing distortion and reducing audio clarity. The interference increases when more speakers are fitted, so this thing must have a boatload of interference. And of course you have the car cabin that has, you know, it's very, very compressed, so it's very muddy, right? So apparently they use some kind of like software to get the speakers to work together, and it kind of erases the car cabin. Of course, I haven't listened to this, so I can't really describe what this sounds like. But it's apparently a very impressive sound. The thing is that the car costs $150,000, so obviously this is coming at a price, at a premium. And why is that? Because good sound is 10-20% power, because then you don't have sound distortion. Yeah, so here's the thing, like lower volumes mean that you can produce a much cleaner effect. That's right. But yeah, this is very, very interesting. I'm tempted to test one just to test the sound system. Honestly. The podcast will rustle your beard. Yeah. And you can hook up an iPod Nano 1 to this bad boy. Does this article mention the subwoofer? No, not in detail. Not in detail, no. They just have a video. It's just a video about what the car looks like, which doesn't say much. But yeah, that's it. Test drive one and play some bassy music on it, just don't forget the earplugs. Yeah, I mean, it could be fun to test drive one anyway. It's just wave interference. Old tech for surround sound. They just took advantage of more processing power being available. Yeah, I agree, yeah. The Swedish Polestar site mentions a fresh air subwoofer. No idea what that means. I also have no idea what that means. But it's interesting nonetheless. I just wonder, when you put that kind of power in the car, don't you kind of take away from the range? Like if you're playing the stereo speakers at like, you know, a good audio level, doesn't it like drain the battery more? Or am I completely wrong about that? Am I like completely left field? It inhales fresh air and makes bass of it. What? Wait. Can we do that? Can we make bass out of air? Is that... Wait, no, isn't bass just air moving? Isn't bass just air moving anyway? I think I need to search for frequency. I wonder if there's like a good explanation for this. All sound is air moving. Bass is just a certain type of waveform. Hi, Exegete. Do you have a preference for how cool I should be? Dealer's choice. You already knew I would ask. Well, if we're talking about bass, chat. Talking about bass. I feel like I need to look cool enough to talk about bass. To truly appreciate the nuance of bass, you need high fidelity speakers or headphones. I could help you build a custom set if you're interested. Custom bass? Understanding audio frequency. No, I don't think we're going. No, we're not doing this, chat. We're not going down. That's a rabbit hole. I know that. That's definitely a rabbit hole. Once at an intersection, a man stood behind me with a subwoofer from hell itself. The bass was playing so loudly that my heart skipped a beat and the rearview mirror almost fell off. I can't imagine what kind of smoothie was in the skull of the man of that car. Yeah, that's really something. That's really something. I mean, I've seen those like crazy car bass videos where they like, you know, where the air is flying all around, like the hair, people's hair is flying all over the place because there's so much air moving from all the bass. And it's basically like 90% bass. Like you can hear the song, but it's mostly just bass, right? My favorite example is a video where a tornado warning goes off. The guy's standing in between 4 sirens and they all harmonize. What? That sounds wild. That sounds wild. Drop top is borked. Really? Well, it doesn't work? Oh. Oh well. I guess they're having some latency issues. Yeah. Maybe they're having some issues counting. The drop game is rigged. How dare you? How dare you say such a thing, Lady Joy? The drop game is most certainly not rigged. Look! 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 See? Exegete is landing just fine.
Why? Why?
Just fine.
Why? Why? Why?
Why rubles? Why rubles? What rubles?
Garbage.
What rubles? Red arrow. I mean, that's an emote. You can drop with an emote. You can drop with any emote you want. You can drop with any emote you want. You can also drop with an up arrow if you have access to White Panther's emotes. Should we play a clip of White Panther?
Are you ready for this?
Are you ready, chat? Oh, wow.
Check this out. What a meme. That is the dance.
Recursion.
Oh, let me go back here because I didn't configure it for going back out, and it didn't.
There's rubles in the emote? No, it's Panther coin. No, it's Panther coin. That's Panther Pew currency. That's not rubles.
Buttlicker! Buttlicker's here.
No, Panther didn't use the rubles.
Our
icon.
prices have never been lower.
I mean, it's maybe similar. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Uh-oh. Wait a second. I see what you're saying. Hold on a second. I think we've discovered something. A windmill. I have doubted you. I have doubted you, but you know what? I think you're right. I think that Panther in the oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't believe this. Have we just discovered that Pew coins are actually rubles? Someone needs to tell Salma. I don't think that Salma knows that her stream currency is actually rubles. I mean, yes, the P up here technically goes further, but like, this is all, it's almost identical. It's almost identical. It's so close. It's so close. Depending on the font, of course. Depending on the font, right? If the P extends a little bit here, it's definitely the same. It's very similar. Someone needs to inform Salma immediately. Because her currency has just been devalued. Pew coins have now lost their value because I think the exchange rate of ruble to Pew coin is probably not as good as we think. It's unfortunate. Thank you for pointing that out, Will. That's hilarious. I had no idea. That's actually hilarious. All right, we have arrived. The last article for today is, honestly, it's a bit strange. It's a bit strange. I'm not going to say that Lenovo made a Mac Studio. That's just the title of the article. But Lenovo has come out with a computer that is in some ways comparable to a Mac Studio. And it's not only a Windows machine, but it might actually be better than the Mac equivalent for a couple of different reasons. Hi, Slashy. Slashy, how are you? It's very good to see you. So Lenovo's new machine, the ThinkCentre Neo Ultra, is particularly interesting because it is powered by multiple AI models. That's right, they put a neuro chip into this thing. So if you want a computer with AI, what's this clip? Ooh, good clip. Is it a good clip? Discovered something. A windmill. I have doubted you. I have doubted you, but you know what? I think you're right. I think that Panther in the oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Good clip. Very good clip. I can't believe this. Thank you very much for clipping, Have we Steffi. Just discovered that Pew coins are actually rubles? Someone needs to tell Salma. I don't think that Salma knows that her stream currency is actually rubles. You're finally on the mend, Slashy. I am very Happy to hear that. That's very important. Health is so important above everything. So if you needed AI in your computer, then this might be the answer for you, chat. At CES 2024, Lenovo plans to show off a ton of new computers, and among the flood of hardware, the one that stands out the most is the ThinkCentre Neo Ultra. Without question, the new PC resembles a Mac Studio, coming with a main desktop unit in the shape of a small box alongside a monitor. It houses all the major components like a neural processing unit, aka NPU. So forget GPU, chat. GPU is history. We don't need GPUs anymore. We only need NPUs, neural processing units, because they use AI to create a third resource for the computer that enhances its performance even more.
Why?
It can even be upgraded, apparently. Now, it's targeted apparently towards business users. It has a Intel Core i9 and an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 4060. Wait, how big is this thing? A 4060 in here? How does that even fit in here? This is crazy! There's a 4060 inside this thing. That's wild. That's wild. Okay. Obviously, it's pretty incredible speeds. They all has a compact computer, blah, blah, blah. There were also several laptops. Okay, but I need to see more imagery about this. I need to see more imagery. Chat, how big is this? How big is this really? Like, there's nothing to compare. Like, put a banana for scale or something. Like, how does this fit in there? Like, how does that even work? You know? I want to press this thing like a button. Yeah! That's like a button on top. You just want to smack it, you know? I was surprised how small Mini Singularity's 4070 is. Okay. Oh, so the 4060 is smaller. Interesting. I don't know so much about graphics cards, because I don't have one. Yeah, I need a banana for scale here, chat. Like, why didn't they just put like a banana here? You know? Sorry, it would have been like here. You know? I mean, they could have just put a banana for scale next to it. Would have been so easy. USB port for scale. I suppose, yeah. I suppose that gives us a rough idea. Yeah, great. Thanks for letting me enhance the picture. Stupid internet. Oh, it does have USB-C. See, that was my thing, is that I didn't see USB-C on the back. That was my main concern, is that this thing doesn't have USB-C on it. This doesn't have USB-C. Where is it? Where is it, chat? Where's the USB-C connector? It's not there. But it turns out there is one in front. Great. Thanks so much for including one USB-C port. One, chat. Like this just came out. This just came out. Yes, it's a Lenovo. Yes. Now the specs are pretty impressive, chat. I'm not gonna lie. Having an NPU, neural processing unit, it sounds pretty fun.
Another powerful reason for insisting on Intel inside.
I don't think it's an Intel chip, is it? Oh, it actually is, isn't it? It's an Intel, isn't it? So Slashy, this is basically a desktop machine, but in the format of a Mac Studio type computer. And obviously the Mac Studio is a kind of compact computer, but puts out a lot of power. And obviously this computer with an NPU...
What is this? It's Microsoft Excel.
That's not Excel. With an NPU, the idea is that the computer has a third block of resources to absolutely give you like a ton of power, right? I'm really curious about what this would be like as a streaming PC. As like a pure streaming unit? Maybe. Maybe, chat. I'm also curious about cost. There's no mention of cost. I'm curious about cost. Here it is. ThinkCenter Neo Ultra will launch in Q2 with... Oh, wow. Really? 1,500? Huh. 1,500? Wow. That's actually not much. That's not much at all. I mean, we have to wait for benchmarks and see what the comport... Maybe you need a subscription. It seems so cheap. Absolute W comment. Hey, Ched Dev. You want to get your name on the mask, Ched Dev? You got a sub. You got a sub. You can get one of the 80 colors. Look at this. You have 80 colors at your disposal. You can put your name anywhere on this mask. It's so good to see you, Cheddev. Cheddev was one of my most loyal viewers in 2023, according to Twitch. But yeah, if it needs Windows, obviously you need a Windows license key. But that's, I mean, does that count as a subscription? I guess. Go AMD everything and just run Linux. Of course. Of course. Of course. Yeah, me, I would run, of course I would run Linux, right? Because I am that smart and programmery to run Linux, of course. Yeah. Exegete's installing Linux right now, chat. Look at that. Look at that. Get one, run OBS on it, your job's problem solved. Yeah, I know. But how do I take it to the coffee shop? Well, you get the laptop version, because they're also selling a laptop version. The B-Link GTR 7 is already pretty good. When Strix Point comes out, they'll all have NPUs. I don't even understand half of that sentence. You don't need to be a nerd to run Linux. Modern desktop Linux is surprisingly good. I would run Arch, by the way. Is that true, Yoast? You already have me pegged as an Arch Linux user? You're not saying I would be a Kali user? Come on. Come on, chat. Chat, be honest. Be honest, chat. Would you say I would be a Kali Linux user? If I would install Linux on the Lenovo machine, would I not be a kind of Kali user? Am I not the type? You can be honest. I can take it, chat. Honestly, like, I think you need to be a nerd to run Linux. Non-nerds don't know about Linux. Kali makes you jump through hoops to install MS SQL. I don't need to install SQL on my computer. I would be a Gen 2 user. Really, Steffi?
Why?
I actually don't know why Arch users are stereotyped that way and don't know the distribution you're saying. Kali. So Kali with a K. Kali.
Garbage.
Is surprisingly good. I would run Arch, by the way. You're all a bunch of nerds, because you know way more about Linux than I do. Beeling GTR7 is a mini PC. Strix Point is AMD's next CPU lineup due out in Q3 of this year. Hawk Point was the one just released in CES. Ah, see Marble, I don't know the AMD CPU namings. I just realized. I'm more familiar with the Intel ones for some reason. All the Kali users are gonna come hack me now. Yes, absolutely. I've attracted the wrath. The wrath of Kali. Everyone's coming for me. Kali Linux is a variant, or what do you call them? Forks? Flavor. Kali is a flavor that is very popular among cybersecurity experts. Distro. Thank you, XG. Distribution.
Another powerful reason for insisting on
breeds.
Intel inside.
Breeds of Linux. Yes, because Slashy, they copulate, right? When a Gentoo Linux meets a Arch Linux, they have a child, and the child is known as a Kali. Or you could say breed because it's like an infection? One day I also met a Mac Mini. I was walking in the park and saw a crutch parked near a pole. I came up to say hello, but it turned out to be Tim Cook, and Mario drop-kicked the dude on the porch while quoting Marx. A Will Mill, you continue to blow me away with your copy-paste. Isn't Linux the most used operating system in the world because both Android and iOS are built on Linux? I don't think we're going to go down that route today. Maybe let's save that discussion for another day. Anyway, chat. The first Gen AI article of today is about Midjourney. We talked about Midjourney before. Midjourney has a bit of a problem. If you remember, Midjourney has a bit of a visual plagiarism problem. And now things have been heating up for Midjourney because a database has leaked. And there are 16,000 artists that have been named in this database. Question is, what is the database about? Well, a Midjourney style list has been found to contain the names of over 16,000 artists whose work the generative model is believed to have been trained on. 24 pages of artist names. I don't know what size font that is, just in case you were wondering. The original copy of the Google document is no longer accessible, but it is viewable via the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine, and it is included as part of the lawsuit against Stability AI, Midjourney, and DeviantArt. It was originally shared in 2022 by the founder of Midjourney. So I don't know what to say about that. I don't know if it's a leak. I don't know if that's even a leak. How can you call that a leak when you deliberately share something? Midjourney developers caught discussing laundering and creating a database of artists who have been dehumanized to styles to drain Midjourney off of. This has been submitted into evidence for the lawsuit. Prompt engineers, your skills are not yours. Very hot topic. Very hot topic. So the names include, among others, Banksy, but also a 6-year-old child. A 6-year-old child. This is the kind of artwork that this was trained on. And we're debating about whether this is a good thing or not. We're debating about whether it's lawful that they did that. There's no debate. How can there be any debate? When you impersonate a 6-year-old in your AI model, It is a given that everyone's going to tell you it's wrong. It's purely wrong. Not even legally, just morally. It's wrong. It's that simple. How is that just coming up now? I don't know. I have no idea, Lady Joy. Now we have to sue art universities because they also teach students the styles of other artists which they can reproduce, but only slowly. Exactly, a will mill. So here's the thing, a will mill. We discussed this last time. The issue at hand is about speed. It's not about the premise of copying or replicating art in the first place. It's the fact that you can do so at an unprecedented speed that has not been possible before. You can instruct an AI model to give you 100 images of Iron Man, whereas drawing that would have taken years of work. To get that level of accuracy, you also need an insane amount of training. And that is the problem. It's about speed. And I think it's right that we talk about this topic because the previous laws, or the current laws about copyright, are outdated and they don't take this speed factor into consideration. So, it will be very interesting to see what this lawsuit reveals, by the way. This is not the only AI news. Years, you've not seen how quickly I can poorly draw Iron Man. It's just a stick figure with Faye above it. So here's the thing, Finite. Here's the thing. I said accurately. I said accurate depiction. I don't think your Iron Man is an accurate depiction. Just saying. I don't know if that's a stick figure with FE above it. I don't know if that is an accurate depiction of Iron Man. I mean, okay, FE is technically okay. Fine. You want me to draw Iron Man? I'll draw Iron Man for you. This is my best Iron Man drawing. What do you think, chat? Is it good? Rate it. Rate it. Best score out of 10. Come on, chat. Rate it. What are you gonna give it? What are you gonna give it? Out of 10. Hired by Marvel. 2. 1 out of 10. Wow. Chat, you're savage. Okay, 2 is the best score I've seen so far. Steffi said hired by Marvel. That's a 10 for me. Fine, I'll take the 10. 10 out of 10. I never said I could draw, chat. I don't know. FE stands for Ferrum. It's immediately clear that it's Iron Man. 10 out of 10 originally creator level. I'm suing for emotional damage. Sorry, Yost. I didn't mean to emotionally damage you. But Midjourney is not the only one having a bit of issue with AI art at the moment. Wizards of the Coast and Apex Legends are under fire for AI art. I generated
pictures with your AI thingy and now I got a lawsuit from Walmart, but I shop at Target. What a fable.
Oh, Karen, I feel so bad for you. You're being sued by Walmart? That's okay. I'm sure you'll survive, Karen. The use of AI art across various mediums continues to accelerate, and now it's made its way into 2 new controversies. Wizard of the Coast, who authors Magic the Gathering, and Apex Legends, the video game. Both have been accused of using AI art, or at least AI human-touched art, to promote various things. The bigger one is basically Wizards of the Coast, because they were accused of using AI art in a promotional piece, and they doubled down saying that they were confused because it's not the same as, like, it's basically the same as Magic card art, and it was created by humans, not AI. But it's simply just not true. Because if you look at something like the temperature or clock, I'm not sure what that is, temperature, you can tell it doesn't look right. Now, a human obviously could have created this deliberately, but we all know that this is a very common trait of AI generated art. And it's very unlikely that a human commissioned to draw this would have probably not let it through, you know? I think that a lot of people believe they're trying to get past on a technicality, which is that the art wasn't necessarily 100% AI generated, but that was augmented by AI.
So, but not really a. Are
you trying to DDoS Karen? We've never tried that, have we? Oh! She changed her pronunciation. She changed her pronunciation in the middle. Why is she flipping pronunciation? What's happening? Karen? Karen, are you okay? Karen? I think she gave up. I think she gave up at the end. She's just like,
Speaking of news, did you hear that scientists were finally able to weigh a rainbow? Turns out they are pretty light.
No way! Pretty light? That's incredible, Finite. This article is sadly a little bit out of date in terms of title. That OpenAI will open its custom ChatGPT store next week. This has already happened. The OpenAI ChatGPT store is now open for business. So you can actually go to the GPT store and you can sell and share or use customized AI agents. So maybe I will make one.
My sprinkler goes like this: and comes back like tick.
Ooh, that one worked. That one worked. So yeah, I could make a GPT, a custom GPT just for stream, just for Karen. Has anyone tried it yet? Because you need a ChatGPT premium license to try it, but I haven't tried it yet, so I don't have much to tell you, other than I think it's a scam. I think it's a scam because they're just based off of really good prompts, and I don't think selling a prompt is a very good piece of value. I ditched my premium license the other month. It's cheaper to use the API.
I choose lows I use and you
Oh, poor Karen. Poor Karen. Poor Karen. Yeah, I just I don't think it's very good value to use a customized AI agent that's just been refined on a prompt, because they can't retrain it on other data, from my understanding.
But how do I pronounce 777
oh, no.
decillion 777 9 decillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
I think that's a good time to go on break, chat. I thought I'm in Maddie's stream, not Thor's. Yeah. I think that's a good time to go. Oh,
sure
wow.
thing. Teach.
She changed her pronunciation. She changed her pronunciation in the middle. Why is she flipping pronunciation? What's happening? I love how both Karens now mixed together so that it basically became a Karen beatbox at that point. The lies of man, all is lost, the pony he comes, the ichor permeates all my face, God no, stop the angels, what, Zalgo, what is this? Chat, you need a break, okay? You need a break, chat. I will send you on break for 3 minutes, and when we come back, we will do less Karen, and we will hear about the color of the year. That's right, chat. I'm not even kidding. The color of the year for 2024. See you in a moment. Maybe you can guess what the color of the year is. And now I feel so much better that I'm here.
Show me what you got.
I'm showing you my eggs. But this is not expensive. This is the best place for data and tech news on Twitch on Fridays. What? That's the one for today. Right join is the best join. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Okay? The thing.
Look, I can
It's still enough to include extended family. First cousin once removed shark. Do.
First cousin once removed shark. It's just.
If I could put them in a particular destination, I could upload them somewhere else using a webhook, for example. So I will have a page on my website, probably, where I can upload all of the images. But I don't know if it's gonna happen. So I've been a very bad girl, she said, biting her lip. I need to be punished. Very well, he said, and ran the SQL query using right join. Pure works. First of all, Exegete, you had a request. You had a request, and I shall honor it. The true, one and only, 69.
Garbage.
Congratulations, Exegete. Amazing. Good job. Welcome back, chat. Good to have all of you here. Let's dive right back in. If you want to know that I'm back, is today's audio tone to let you know that we are live again. Because apparently it is difficult to tell when I'm back because of clips playing. I don't know. Someone said that once. Oh. The ID of Alan. Thank you very much for gifting so many subs, Yost. I appreciate it. 69. Now that is a gift to you.
Duck a screenshot.
That is a gift to you, chat.
Definitely not. I'm already wearing it. And now the producer gets to experience the true 90 million lumens. Yeah. So, chat, how has your week been? I know for a lot of you, this might be the last working week of the year. For me, it is not. I'm working as a normal human being next week. I do have 2 days off, though, of course.
Listening to the stream without audio, we do have subtitles enabled, which is very, very relevant for today because this stream is about subtitles.
That stream was indeed about subtitles. And hello to TG Khalil and Raiders. Thank you so much.
I once went to a Russian restaurant and ate borscht there, and I liked it so much that dash.
Wait, what? Okay, Karen can't read that. TG, how is it going? No, I've got time to blend my soup and be ready for the data cafe. That's right. You have time to get ready. To get ready for the craziest show on Twitch about data. Hello, Ripcord, and everybody else in chat. TG, thank you so much for the raid.
Why?
My name is Matty, aka Matty Two Shoes.
Teach.
Oh, she changed her pronunciation. Yeah, changed her pronunciation in the middle. Go Karen, go Karen. We get Karen to beatbox with us. Karen is our text-to-speech engine. Why is she flipping pronunciation? TG, it's very good to see you. Welcome into everyone else. The Fridays are for the Data Cafe, where we cover lots of interesting articles in data and tech. And new format, we also dive deeper on one particular topic, either in just chat format. Is that not to your liking, O Will Mill? Either in just chatting format, or we have some kind of supporting article or video to guide us through that topic. And today's topic in detail is about the cookieless future, which is maybe a little bit of a misnomer. So we will definitely go a bit deeper into that. But TG, and for all of you design folk, for those of you who were in my chat and don't know TG already, TG is an excellent product designer who spends a lot of time on Twitch educating and answering questions around design, but also discusses a very broad range of topics, actually. I've learned many things. I've learned about cats. I have learned about societal behaviors. I've learned about TG's rap career, which was very interesting, that I didn't know how famous you were, actually, TG. So thank you very much for raiding in. And I will start you off with an article in the startups and tech category. It's the only one we have in this category today. And it's going to be something that's right up your alley, because it is actually about the color of the year, 2024. If you're aware, the lovely organization of Pantone, also referred to as Pantone, bless us every year with a color of the year choice, where they have elected the specific shade to elicit some kind of emotion and, of course, earn a lot of money by slapping it on all of their merch. And Joost has already been fortunate enough to figure it out. But Pantone's color of the year 2024 is Peach Fuzz 13-1023, which is a very, very fancy name for a color, if I may say so myself. The renowned experts of the Pantone Color Institute have hailed Peach Fuzz as this year's iconic color. I have to say, it doesn't clash with my green screen, so I am not unhappy about it. Chad, how do you feel about Peach Fuzz? And I'm not talking about the drink, I'm talking about the color. Peach Fuzz 13-1023. 25 years ago, they started the Color of the Year conversation. And this year's color is set to get people talking and stylists considering whether to explore, embrace, and experiment, or buck the trend and steer away. Is that a fuzzy peach? It is a fuzzy peach. The thinking behind this year's color: sitting between pink and orange, Peach Fuzz captures a warmth and reassurance. After facing turmoil on a global scale, from climate and cost of living crisis to war and everything that 2023 has hit head on, Peach Fuzz holds calming notes, radiates sunlight, and holds a sense of belonging and hopeful awakening. It gently reminds us of the power of togetherness that is the strength in every community. Its hazy fuzziness is both tactile and inviting. I once met the Color of the Year. I was walking through the gallery when I saw a chair tied to an old lady. I went to say hello, but it turned out to be a blue Labrador who cursed in Portuguese and drew portraits of cockroaches. That sounds like a very, very interesting occasion, a Will-Mill. Better than 2021 where the color was gray. Okay. Vibrant yet soft, energy yet not ADHD, overuse coming in this year on that color. Very interesting thoughts. Very interesting thoughts from you, TG. Very interesting. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on Color of the Year. I will withhold opinion on this one. But we have 3 more articles to cover before we dive into cookieless articles. And the first one is, of course, the Swiss news segment. So we have three individual segments now. And unfortunately, this article is in German. So when you see this link in the Patreon recap, some point in time, if you decide to read it, all of links that I feature during the show are always in the Patreon recap, which you can read for free, by the way. This article is in German, but it is about a revelation that has come out about Switzerland, which is that the government has been surveilling us since 2018. And not just sort of high-level surveillance, but very, very detailed, specific surveillance on a mass scale. And this has sent shockwaves through the country because Switzerland has always been considered a kind of haven for data privacy and data law in general, and democracy and all of those things and what we stand for as a country. And this has been particularly upsetting for me because now I know that the government knows about all of my deep dark secrets that I've searched for on the internet. So I am a little bit concerned about that. As I should be, I guess. Big Brother is watching, yes. So the summary of this, it's a little bit of a complicated issue because basically this went to a vote a long time ago about whether the government, more specifically the arm of the military, would be able to conduct surveillance in Switzerland in the first place. And the public voted yes. And the implementation of that was considered to be a very, very light implementation of surveillance. But it's come out that basically the infrastructure that they have set up and the methodology that they're using to surveil are extremely detailed and complex. Is it surprising considering that SVP are kind of like all the other conservative parties in Europe? Well, the thing is, here's the thing, Steffi. The thing that's particularly surprising about this is something that happened already years ago. So in 2016, this was back in 2016, there was a very, very big vote on this topic. And basically, the topic is actually called Kabelaufklärung, which I guess, if you wanted to translate that into English, it would be called cable reconnaissance. And it literally means what it says. They have tapped into the fiber optic cables in the country. That's what they've done. They physically connected to fiber optic cables provided by the telecom companies. And the issue is that in connecting to these cables, they ensured on a technical level, they ensured everyone, or assured I should say, that they wouldn't inspect all of the traffic. But it's come out that they have been inspecting all of the traffic, and they've been analyzing all of the traffic as well. And that is what has been very shocking about this article. It's actually part of a series of 3 articles. So there's 3 articles that are coming out. I think the first one is free, but the other 2 are paid articles, so I haven't read them yet. How do they break encryption? So, to be honest, Yost, I don't know, because they use methodologies that I don't understand. This is a field where I'm not an expert, so I'm not gonna pretend to give you information or something like that. What I can tell you is that they use very, very advanced methodology to sniff out the traffic, and they are able to see a lot of things. They're not able to see everything, obviously. Things like end-to-end encryption, I think, are still very much in force, but it is very, very shocking what they are able to get. Obviously, the recommendations to, you know, connect via VPN to everything and stuff, I guess that could mitigate it to some extent, but I would need to read more into this, and there's more information that's going to come out about this in the coming months, for sure. Wilma says, I'm a little surprised by the outrage over surveillance of people, many of whom voluntarily give up their personal data to global IT corporations without any problems. Location, purchases, internet search history, installed applications, etc. I guess, you know, I guess it comes down to who's doing the surveilling and to what extent is the surveillance, you know? It's a very, very hot topic, and it's not so easy to talk about. States and security services have keys over the main domains. That's right, they do. They do. Speaking of major companies, we're going to jump over to the Twitch highlight of the week, which I have purposely not included the Twitch highlight to be 335% of the Twitch staff being let go. Twitch is currently testing 4K AV1 support for 40 series GPUs. And yes, my question is why? Like, I understand AV1. I understand AV1. Everyone understands AV1. It's a better encoder. You can send more compression. You can send a higher bitrate, technically speaking, but you can achieve the same level of quality objectively with a lower bitrate. But the question is, why do we need 4K streams? Why? Why do we need 4K streams? Really? Do we really need 4K streams? Do we really need the internet traffic of the world being bottlenecked by 4K live streams of games? Or should we exclusively allow streams to use 4K that are educational in nature? That's why not. Because it costs money. Because it costs money, both in storage and transcoding. And I don't think, and I'll be very contrarian here, and I'll probably get a lot of flack from this, I don't believe that the value add of a lot of the content being created on the internet is really, really worth seeing in such a high fidelity format. I don't think even software development should be available in 4K. Why do you need to be able to read my font of my browser in 4K? Why do you need to be able to read my terminal in 4K? There's no necessity for it. I don't think it makes any sense from a user or a streamer perspective. I agree with you, Lady Joy. I agree with you. I think it's nonsense. I think this constant need to go up in quality and size and everything is... it's just nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. I think it's missing the point. It's really missing the point. It costs more money on all sides. It costs more money for the GPU. It costs more money for the CPU, which means it costs more money in energy. It consumes more energy, which is bad for the environment. It costs more in transcoding and storage. Just a short while ago, you were talking about how you wouldn't tell other people what to use. I don't understand the connection, Nick. I mean, in the case of like, in the case of, you know, cinematography, where a film has been filmed in 8K, watching it in 4K on a 4K TV makes sense to me for the entertainment value. But I feel like, is content being natively created in 4K in the first place? And I don't think that's a lot of the time that's not the case.
Why?
I just don't think the cost justifies the... I don't think the cost justifies the value. That's my point. But as A Will Mill says, everything must grow endlessly, production and consumption, and it doesn't matter whether it's really necessary or not. It's just another marketing twist for the sake of increasing. That's true. We can't stop it. I'm just here to offer a contrarian view that maybe this person playing Overwatch is not how we think we should better society. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm bettering society with my streams either, you know? But I'm sure that there's a lot of content that is being produced, both live and not live, that is essentially a net loss for society when you think about it. When you think about the cost involved in creating the content in the first place, and then the fact that it has a net negative effect in some way. And why do you think they're gonna let everybody do it? I don't know, Forex. I actually don't know. I don't really know what the angle is on this. Doesn't this help lower resources on encoding, transcoding lower resolutions? So AV1, in comparison with H.264, is an improvement. There's no question about that. And I'm not arguing that AV1 is bad. I'm arguing that 4K in itself is probably unnecessary. When we already have support for full HD, we could argue that, you know, maybe it's aesthetically more pleasing, but is it really necessary, right? Especially when we have lower available resolutions like 2K already. Because I think a lot of native content is not even produced above full HD in the first place, with the exception of a camera. But like, again, in this scenario, where's the camera? Where's the camera in this scenario? It's where every single gamer puts the camera, in the bottom corner. So why does the camera need to be 4K? There's literally no using, there's no point. the pixels are so compressed and condensed down that it doesn't make doesn't make a difference. Who cares? Who cares? I think an argument can be made for streaming art, but even there it's difficult to make a reasonable argument for it. I mean, the artist would need to be capturing in 4K. You can't forget that, because otherwise it's just upscaling, and that's not the same thing, right? So basically what you'd have to have as a prerequisite is the streamer would need to capture from a camera perspective in 4K. And then they would need to pipe that in 4K to Twitch, and then Twitch will offer that in 4K. Like that is what it needs to happen, you know? Sure, Twitch needs money, and I guess makes sense, but is it necessary? That's the thing. For the 2 seconds that they make it full screen at the end of the stream to say bye. So AV1 is more powerful than H.264. It is more efficient. You can achieve better quality output at lower bit rates. That's what it means. Which means, I don't know what the exact calculations are, but basically if you want to do it, like if you want to make a comparison, right? With H.264, H.264 and AV1, effectively the difference comes down to, okay, in H.264, I'm sending 1080p. I'm sending 1080p at 6000 kilobits to achieve this quality, right? The quality that you send. With AV1, you would be able to send 1080p at something like 3500, right? And that bit depth encoding, that difference between these two, is what accounts for less usage on the CPU, GPU, and ultimately less pipeline bandwidth needed for your internet connection, right? Because you're sending less data over the wire. That's what it comes down to. New stream meta, camera right in the middle with the game in the corner. I don't think that's likely to happen, Kenhorn, for a lot of reasons. For the enhanced redeem, of course. It doesn't even end at Twitch. You also need the hardware that's able to properly display 4K. You're right, after receiving 4K from Twitch, you also need to have a monitor that can display 4K. That's right, that's absolutely true. Primary display resolution 1080p is, according to stream statistics, 60% of users. Add to consumption from phones, and 4K is less adequate than before in this context. Yes. I mean, it's just, I don't see the push. That's it. I don't see the push. That's all. I just don't think it's really necessary. So for today's last article segment, we have the random pick. And I'm very proud of today's random pick, because it is truly random. And when I say random, it is very random. So here you go, chat. We are going to watch a video together of a mouse. We're going to watch a video of a mouse that every night is secretly filmed tidying up someone's shed. Sounds copyright. I think this counts as transformative. I think this is what counts as transformative content. Fair use. So this is a mouse in a man's shed who every night moves items around on his workbench, putting them into the container. You can see the mouse putting these items into this little box. And this happens every night, apparently. And I don't know what to tell you, chat. It's random. That's the whole point of random pick. Random pick is there to just be something random. So the random story is this. And the backstory is, this is a wildlife photographer's shed named Rodney Holbrook. And he noticed that every night, stuff where he left was in a different position the next day. And so basically he to find out what was happening, he essentially set up a camera, right, to find out what was going on. And it's great because he's got all this kind of cool stats where you can see like the temperature and the time and everything on the camera, so we really know what's going on. He's 75 years old, and as he's a wildlife photographer, he's pretty experienced in this, right? He's from Wales, by the way. He set up a night vision camera on his workbench, captured footage, which is very reminiscent of 2007's Ratatouille, by the way. It's been going on for months. I call him the Welsh Tidy Mouse. At first, I noticed that some food that I was putting out for the birds was ending up in some old shoes. So obviously that's very strange. Night vision footage showed the seemingly conscientious rodent gathering clothes pegs, corks, nuts, and bolts and placing them in a tray on his workbench. He even experimented, leaving out different objects to see if the mouse could lift them, but the creature was undeterred and was even seen carrying cable ties. That's really hilarious. That's really funny. What was even crazier is that this is not the first time this has happened. In 2019, there was a mouse stockpiling stuff in Bristol.
It started the middle of February.
So there's another mouse here doing the same thing, tidying up. So I think, chat, I think this is a very, very large organization of mice. And all of these mice, for whatever reason, are actually here to tidy up after us. I believe that this is a mouse conspiracy to somehow clean up after us, and I don't know why they're doing that, but I believe that this is a secret agenda from a mouse organization. Do you also believe this, chat? I just think the coincidence is too weird. 2 mice in the same region? Yes, a mouse-spiracy. Exactly. A mouse-spiracy. Exactly. So chat, it's time. It's time, chat. It is time to go deep. And when I say go deep, I mean in articles. In information. The pinky and the brain. Time to start worrying you didn't make good use of a Friday evening. Honestly, I'm very happy with my use of the Friday evening.
Ones and zeros never lie.
I'm quite happy about it. I once met a mouse. I was walking around the block and saw a mime stuck in an invisible elevator. I went up to say hello, but it turned out to be Mickey Mouse, and he tried to sell me nostalgia. I cried and ran away. What? A windmill. Are you collecting all of these somewhere? Because it would be good if you would collect them somewhere. I can go get them for you out of chat if you want, but I feel like you should be saving these. Most of your messages are just these, so I can also go and get them from chat if you want, from the chat log. But chat, I did promise you something. I promised you something today, and it's the title of the stream. It's about this magical item that we all love. Can anyone guess what this is? Who can guess what this is? If someone says pizza, I'm gonna insta-ban you. Just so you know. If you say pizza, you're out. It's not pizza. This does not look anything like a pizza, okay? Not cheese, not chocolate, not the moon. It's an edible item. Honestly, we need a little booklet with these tidbits from a Will Mill's past. We could definitely have a little page on the website or something. Petri dish? No. No, not a petri dish. This chat, what you're seeing on stream right now, is a cookie. That's right. It's a cookie. It is good. Cookies are good. Okay. I've been training to generate delirium for 25 years. There's no need for me to save these messages. I do this online for the sake of lols. It's just very creative. That's the thing. It's just super creative, you know? Cookies are good. I think we can all agree that we love cookies, right? The thing is that when we refer to cookies on the internet, unfortunately, it's not these cookies that we're talking about. It's a completely different other kind of cookie. And actually, if we want to really say what it is, there's only one word to describe it. And that is data. That's the only thing we can really say a cookie actually is on the internet. It's data. For some particular reason, stored in your browser. Now, just to be clear, chat, when we talk about cookieless, cookieless is a misnomer. And we're going to see in this amazing article, which is totally not sponsored, by the way, it just happens to be from Sentry, that Sentry decided to get rid of a certain type of cookie. And not all cookies are created equally. That's right, Lady Joy. So this article, for which we probably need a better background, if I'm being honest with you, chat. We're going to go full screen on this one to be more impactful. Yeah, no. We've already seen all the clowns we need to see. You're all in chat. I have all the clowns I need. You're all here with me. Sentry did an experiment where they removed advertising cookies. Now, I think it's important, before we dive very deep into this article, I think we need to understand what cookies are first, because maybe not all of us have the same understanding of cookies. So I'm going to explain to you very briefly how a cookie works, because all of you already know this, but you know, whatever device you use to access the internet, whether that's a phone or a tablet or a computer, when you access a website, the website can store information that it needs to access on your computer, okay? It can store those things on your actual physical device. And it can do that in two contexts. Context, what we call first and third party. Now, the first and third party contexts are very interesting because the first party context, and please, if I make a mistake in this, please correct me, because it's been a while since I've talked about this. When we talk about something in the first party context, it means the domain that sets the information can read the information. In the third party context, it means the domain that sets the information can read it, but also others can read it too. This is the big point right here. Thank you very much for the follow, SNDWRX. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. And this is the main thing right here. This is what you need to understand, is that in the first party context, only the person or the entity setting the information can also read the information. In the case of third party context, the entity setting the information can read it, but also other entities can read it. Meaning in this case, other websites. Now, there are, in the first party context, multiple ways of storing information. There are, most notably, cookies. Cookies also exist in the third party context. However, There are also other methods like local storage that exists in the first-party context. There's a difference between the domain which sets the cookie and the domain you are visiting. Yes, exactly, that's correct. And there's also URL parameters, which technically can also be third-party. But local storage, for example, does not exist in a third-party context. Local storage is restricted to the entity that set it, meaning domain, effectively. It has to do with domain. So this is important to understand because who and what information can be accessed is very, very pivotal to understanding this argument about why remove cookies in the first place. Because the argument around removing cookies is about privacy. So here is the argument. Removing cookies is about things like privacy and effectively also legal implications of, let's say, ignoring the fact that users can be followed across multiple areas of the internet and be targeted in a very specific way, most notably for advertisement. So the reason that Sentry decided to remove cookies is very simple. They chose to completely remove cookies right now because they know that there is going to be a kind of major change to cookies this year, which has already started, by the way. And yeah, effectively, what it comes down to is that Google is deprecating what we call third-party cookies, right? So you remember we talked about third-party context. Google is actually deprecating this in Chrome. Now, Chrome is a big browser, okay? It's not the entire internet. We have a lot of traffic running through Safari as well. But depending on what your website is or what your context is, Chrome may represent more than average or under the average for you. But Google is deprecating it. So Google has a 1% third-party deprecation timeline until the middle of Q3 of this year. And then they are turning it off completely. Chrome will no longer allow you to read third-party cookies, and they will no longer be issued, I believe, as well. So Sentry went pretty far, and they actually removed all user tracking as well. We're not really going to talk about that part because that's like another thing altogether. But yes, Marble, they are catching up with Firefox, and that's an important point to note. This is just Chrome, okay? We're just talking about Chrome here. Other browsers like Brave and Firefox have had this behavior for some time now, Safari as well. There is actually a very good website for this. What was it called again? I need to find this site. Forex, do you know Simo's site? I can't remember what it's called. There is a site that Simo covers that has all of the information. Here it is. Cookie status, that's the one. Hey Bixby, welcome in. So this website, cookiestatus.com, this is going to tell you what the current status is of every single browser and how everything is deployed. This is really, really detailed, so if you need to know it, this is fantastic for you. And it tells you here, right? Like cookies in first-party context, other browser storage in third-party context, other browser storage in first-party context, things like CNAME cloaking, refers, all kinds of crazy stuff. This is a amazing resource, cookiestatus.com. It's an amazing resource understanding tracking protection mechanisms and all kinds of stuff. So it's also open source, so you're more than welcome to also fork it, I guess. You'd have to look at the license for that. When you say third-party cookies can be read by others, is that others as in anyone or others as in a set few people that the site creating the cookie allows? So, for example, in Chrome today, cookies in third-party context, cookie restricted to a maximum lifetime of 400 days. So a cookie being set on your machine as a third-party cookie can be read by others, and the cookie will persist on your machine for 400 days. And it means anyone. When you access a website, that website can read all of those third-party cookies. And that is why that technology is going to die. Yep. Thanks, Marvel. Also, Bixby, we try and use like more inclusive words around here. I understand guys has a bit of like a gray area around it. We kind of like try and use like friends, y'all, chat, whatever. But yeah, it's cool that you're here for this discussion. So we'll skip the part about waiting because I think that it's important for you to consider this. So what happens if you remove all of these third-party cookies? So you get rid of all these cookies, and then a lot of these targeting systems for ads break down, right? Because they no longer have very granular information at their disposal. Yeah, no worries, Bixby. No, it's no worries at all. It's just a guidance thing. We don't enforce it super hardcore. I try and use like very generic inclusive language, and we just try and get everyone to do that too. But it's obviously intent, you know. I also met a cookie once. I was walking around the block and saw a lonely package near the steps. I went up to say hello, but it turned out to be a secret hideout of mice smugglers who collected small garbage in plastic bags to disguise flash drives with data from the coffee machines. They then sold to the Uruguayan government to correct the stock data of cotton corporations in Australia. When they discovered that I came up to say hello, they began to speak in Kibra for disguise, but they did not know that my father served in Siberia, so I realized what was happening and tried to leave. However, a black helicopter blocked my path. It was a small mouse helicopter, so I stepped over it and went on my way, but I never went into this bakery again. Wow. That was a journey. So the current state of targeting has already been severely impacted by various changes in the last few years. So you remember, maybe some of you remember, Apple basically introduced ATT, called App Tracking Transparency. That was already a huge change for apps, right? And at the time, Facebook estimated 10 to 13 billion lost in ad revenue due to that change. Because basically advertisers are like, oh, we can't measure anymore, so let's not run advertisement. That was kind of the point. So that was just one change. There's been a lot of changes. So when third-party cookies are fully deprecated this year, there will be struggles because currently, without traditional pixels or conversion signals, Google will struggle to find intent of web visitors. Not only for purchase, but web intent in general. It's going to be very difficult. So if they shift now, which Sentry did, it makes their Google search much, much worse. Their targeting is much worse, but still tolerable because you can use keywords. So Google search allows you to use keywords to adjust your bidding, right? Now, It's not super precise, but effectively, Google loses a lot of these signals for display advertising, especially, mostly display. And the traditional retargeting died effectively because you can no longer retarget effectively when you can no longer identify which website someone has been to because they no longer get served your ad. It's just physically not possible anymore. So they relied on something called ad engagement retargeting, which basically, in some kind of mechanical fashion, I would have to look it up in detail, stores whether someone engaged with the ad or not, and based on the engagement of the ad, gives you some kind of a way to retarget people who engage with the ad. They tailored their ads to focus on middle of funnel and bottom of funnel to disengage audience. So when we talk about the funnel, which I hate as a word, by the way, I absolutely detest the funnel as a word. But typically advertising and marketing people talk about funnel. You want to get everyone to give you money, right? But not everyone wants to give you money. So you start at the top of the funnel, and these people are like, I'm not sure if I'm interested or not, you know? And then there's people in like mid of the funnel. They're like, I could be convinced, but I'm not sure. And then there's people here in the bottom of the funnel who are like, yeah, okay, this sounds like a cool idea. And then eventually they say yes, right? To whatever it is that you're selling. The problem with the funnel analogy is if you put water through a funnel, it takes a few seconds, but the same quantity that you put in here also comes out here. That's why I absolutely hate the funnel analogy. If I were to use an actual analogy, I would use a sieve. I would call marketing a sieve. You know, like the mesh thing? Where you have chunks, and basically unhappy people are chunks. Sort of happy people are smaller chunks. And really happy people are very small chunks, so they go right through, but these people, they stop. They don't go through, which is the same analogy because the smaller chunks are also less people. So this is better than a funnel, a sieve. The marketing sieve. It's much better than a funnel, because it also considers real world physics. But anyway, so engagement retargeting, that's how they basically are using this. What happened? Okay, but without going into super a lot of detail about bidding. Basically, this is what they've been seeing for some time. That their number of orgs created, and this is only from the paid display campaign, by the way, had already been in retraction for a long time, okay? They'd already had a huge retraction in that anyway. So, you know what? It was going to happen anyway, basically. We kept our bidding model smart bidding for a while after the cookie change, blah, blah, blah. These conversions weren't converting through to our funnel to paying customers at a high enough rate anyway, even with a long-term view. So our shift in bidding strategy for display was paired with a shift to executing more brand and awareness marketing with display rather than direct response. So they removed pixels and they rely on so-called UTMs paired with manual bidding. So UTMs are when you see those funny things at the end of a URL. When you receive a URL that has all of these weird URL parameters on it, basically a lot of them are tracking parameters. And UTM campaign is one of the ones used by Google. Basically, you can use these for a direct influence and direct information about what is happening and how your things are performing. Not only for ads, by the way, you can use this for tracking pretty much anything coming to a particular place, right? Like basically instead of just being blind and not knowing where people come from, right? The problem with those is that they get removed by a lot of things too. They get removed by redirects, they get removed by certain browsers like Firefox, they get removed by tracking, blocking, protection add-ons and extensions like uBlock Origin, so you also can't say that it's the Holy Grail either. I'm glad that you think the sieve is a better analogy, Bigsby. Thank you. Everyone I've told about the sieve thinks it's better than the funnel, so, you know. Basically, by the way, ad blocker usage, 42.7% of the internet users worldwide use ad blockers. So almost half. So your audience might vary, but in general, half of the audience of the internet uses ad blockers almost, right? And obviously you don't see hidden user journeys, like someone telling you about it on Twitch, or sharing a LinkedIn post with you, or sending you a WhatsApp message, right? Or you're at a conference and you hear about it. You don't know about that, right? There's also like the whole cross-device tracking problem, like someone sees something on their phone, but then they look it up on their computer, etc., etc. There's a lot of issues. So they had a big problem trying to figure out how to attribute. And attribution, what it comes down to is if you have all of these channels sending you traffic, right? What you want to know from all of these different channels, you want to know, obviously, that when they go through the different stages of buying, you want to know which channel was best for you. And the thing is, like, you might say, oh, okay, so these people, they made it on average through, you know, 12% of the funnel. And like these people, they made it through 24% of them made it through, etc., etc. There's a lot of different ways to attribute, meaning, you know, because the journey itself isn't linear, right? They don't come from one channel and then convert immediately. What happens is people have a journey, right? And there are multiple touch points on that journey. Even if we consider something like a Twitch follow, right? Imagine that there's a follow here and there's a sub here. And here is maybe like the first stream, right? And then here's the second stream they watch, and here's like the third stream, and here's the fourth stream, and here's the fifth stream. The first stream, they might come from someone else's channel. The second stream, they might have come from a raid. Third stream, they might have come from something like the browse page. And then they gave a follow at that point, so then they come from the notification, etc., etc., etc. So people have different journeys. And that journey is very, very difficult to put into a kind of model, what we call attribution model. So in the end, what they looked at in conclusion is, going cookieless might be very, very hard, especially with like cross-functional problem, right? But the fact is that this cookieless future, aka the third-party cookieless future, is disappearing. So you have to now think about making the shift away from cookies. There is no doubt that you will have to do it at some point. So you might as well think about doing it now. They didn't cover every challenge, and they're still measuring all those KPIs. Because Sentry values privacy and the future of the open internet, they would do this all over again. Yeah, stop using third-party cookies. Obviously, first-party cookies aren't going anywhere. First-party cookies as a storage mechanism will continue to exist. There's no question about that. They have to. You can't log into a website today and store your login without them using a first-party storage mechanism, and most of the time that's a cookie. It may be local storage, it can be local storage sometimes, but it's usually a cookie. And so we can't get rid of those cookies completely. And the thing is, you cannot remove this mechanism from the internet. It is too abrasive and too damaging to the entire mechanism of the internet. Does delete all cookies actually delete all your cookies? Yes. If you select the option to remove all of your cookies, then yes, deleting all of your cookies will delete all of your cookies. Now, another question. Good question too. Was anyone using third-party cookies for anything useful other than tracking? That's a very good question, Bixby. In theory, yes. Third-party cookies originally were created in such a way that other websites would be able to use that information to tailor content to you. So for example, if you logged in on Facebook and you went to a website that showed a Facebook post that you needed to be logged in for, or you wanted to interact with that Facebook post, they would already be able to interact with your login. Exactly, embed sharing, exactly. But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. We can't have nice things. We can't have nice things because ultimately what happened is people with a Facebook embed on their site said, oh, that's really cool. I can allow my users to interact with Facebook posts natively. And Facebook said, oh, cool. We know who's logged in on this web page. We can get all the data about them and sell it to advertisers. And that's crappy. That's really crappy. So that is one of the uses of third-party cookies. It's not the only one, but it could have been also cases of personalized content, right? Where we said, oh, you know what? We know you came from a search engine, or we know you came from a partner website of ours. We know you came from a competitor's website of ours. We could show you different content based on that, right? And now, basically, the only way that you can do that is via referrer. And referrers get chunked all the time. I mean, referrers get really chunked a lot now, too. Get truncated, sorry. Super interesting, going to be more aware of that and research some more this weekend. It seems like Facebook, who intentionally used underage users' data. Oh, Facebook, TikTok, all of them. They all have very egregious data privacy breaches and privacy violations over the past 5 to 10 years. There's no exception anymore. All of the social media, all the major platforms, all have some kind of major story about them. They've paid fines, even Apple. No one is immune. All of these large corporations have, in some way or another, breached data privacy laws. So it is very interesting to hear of a company that has been so transparent, like Sentry, talk about their journey away from third-party cookies. Yes, even Apple, the paragon of data privacy. And I'll tell you a really funny story about Apple.
Garbage.
I'll tell you a funny story about Apple. Apple has basically used privacy in their sales language for a long time. The irony being that Apple is in a very exclusive position now, because Apple is one of 2 platforms that has access to notification data. So for example, Google and Apple now have access. They have access to very large parts of notifications. Not all of them, but they have a lot of notification data. And of course, with Apple's certain technologies that Apple has, they have proprietary access to everything happening within their ecosystem, where outsiders don't actually have a view exactly about what the internals look like. With things like, what's the Apple native VPN thing called? What was it called again? What was it called? Someone tell me the name. I know that there's a name. Private Relay, yes. iCloud Private Relay, yeah. So Apple has shown how it works, but of course behind the scenes we don't know exactly what they're logging, we don't know exactly how it's designed, we don't know how secure it is, because no one has a peek at the internals, because It's a proprietary standard. And this is the irony about Apple, is that they have all of these proprietary functions and standards for the iGarden. And they say that those things are secure, but in reality, we can't really know that for sure. So Apple's argument is, it's a little bit ironic. It's a little bit ironic. But if you have missed anything from today, do not fear. Head on over to the Patreon at some point in the next couple days, or head on over there now. You can certainly click the follow or join button. It's free, and you'll get the Patreon recap, the stream recap by email, even if you would like that. So you can join for free. Of course, if you want to join and give me a little something towards all the stuff that I do for content creation and education, of course, that's always welcome. Apple is great, having surpassed Facebook for the most part, replaced it in the Apple advertising system. Yeah, that's not even to start exactly.
Why?
Forex.
Why?
Not even to start talking about the entire ecosystem of Apple's ad network, which is entirely private. Is iCloud Relay any different from any other VPN provider promising you privacy? I don't know how to answer that, Exegete. I don't know how to answer that. You can have a Patreon and make it free. Yes, you have a free tier with Patreon. It hasn't been around for that long, but it exists. Yes, it absolutely exists. So TG, my course on DataCamp. So I don't have a course on DataCamp. I just have I have an affiliate link with DataCamp. So if you do purchase a subscription with DataCamp, then I get a little bit of kickback. It's a great platform if you want to learn. I think it's fantastic. I'm going to be testing a new platform that came out very recently soon, called Analyst Builder. It's from a very, very, very seasoned data professional who built a platform for learning data analysis. And I'm going to be doing a couple of the free stuff on stream just to see how it goes. I haven't tried it out yet. I want to do it completely on stream just to see like first experience and everything. The course I'm offering, so I am running my live cohort for the second time. So I ran it the first time last year in October, November. It went fantastic. I've been invited to talk at one of the companies from two of the participants who were there. It starts on February 5th. So if you are an analyst or even analyst adjacent, in a position like, product manager or someone who works regularly with data, might be something for you. Decision science, taking better decisions using data, not being a website without a cookie banner, I'd love to have you, and it has very, very attractive pricing. So if you would like to talk about that, to see if it's something that's right for you, happy to talk about it as well. We can jump on a call and check if that's the right thing for you. In the meantime, I think it's time to go, chat. I think it's time to go. Yeah, I like Maven. I really like Maven. Took the Joey Banks and Fonz Mans course. Oh, very interesting. Oh wow, my lights didn't blink that time. Interesting. Very interesting. Get your last drops in, chat, because you're not going to have much time anymore. The stream turned out to be very stable today. Maybe because I wrote the message there. But it's kind of great. We managed to do an entire stream without dying, so that's cool. I hope you all enjoyed it. I enjoyed having all of you here. Had a great time as usual. I like that we're also ending kind of an hour earlier. I mean, it's easier for me just to, in terms of like post-stream cleanup and all that stuff. It was decent. I'm glad. We're gonna go over and see some pretty cool stuff. We're gonna see some good stuff. Oh, Nick, you missed the cookie list. It's no problem, Nick. You can find out everything in the recap. You won't miss it. Everything in there. In any case, thank you to all my new followers. SND, Andreas, Gabriel, Billy, Frozer, and Metadev Girl, and to all the new subs, either through gifts or not. Yost, I know you gifted a sub. Also, Snark Cheese, Ishan, Cheddev, Red Cyber Dragon. I think those were through gifted from Will Mill. And yeah, I had a good time today. We're gonna go raid someone we have never raided before, which is very exciting. We're raiding Ace Gikmo, which is an interesting way to say. They are currently doing some polygonal modeling, which is pretty cool. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! We're coming with. Okay. We'll wait for everyone to come in. Yeah. Come in, everyone. Come in. Okay. This is the raid train now. Let's go for the raid train. Welcome in, Purple. Thank you so much for raid. Appreciate that very much. We're just ending. We're just ending. I'm gonna stop raids for an hour just so we don't get anyone else in here. How was your stream, Maya? I hope you had a great stream. But we're gonna send everyone through. So let's stay in for the raid train, chat. Let's do it. Absolute maximum hype. I'm doing great, Maya. Thank you so much. Mighty Power, Tatted, Tobbs, everyone in. Stay in. We're gonna raid Ace Gikmo. Ace is a really cool streamer. I don't know them very well, but I've been fortunate to learn about them earlier this week. So let's do that, and I will see you all hopefully on Monday at the same time, 8 p.m. CET. Goodbye. Have a great weekend.